Subscribing to this channel is not a work, but it is a condition for salvation. It's a joke. So here's a question. We say as Christians, are we pea zombies when we say things like the Bible is an authoritative source of truth regarding spiritual matters and destiny matters? Do you really believe that, or do you just believe, are you just rah-rahing for you whatever team you've been indoctrinated into? People accuse me of that all the time, but I would like to posit, as best as I can, I evaluate that claim very seriously, and it's kind of an abuse to me. I feel I'm over it or whatever. I mean, I'm not losing any sleep over it per se usually, but it's like whenever you start thinking that about someone, be very careful, because I've noticed something in my own experience that oftentimes there's this real phenomenon called projection. So we have to all be aware of that at all times, but as honest as possible and recognize that we're going to fall victim to projection all the time. That is, it's like, my dad loves me and I love my dad, but I think he doesn't like a lot of things about me because I've screwed up a lot too, but oftentimes we don't like what we see in others, what we don't like about ourselves, maybe. And so it's like a defense mechanism, like a subconscious self-defense thing. So I think that's like a projective thing, like where we see what we don't like about ourselves and other people. And if it's easy to do that with certain kinds of people, not with others or whatever, for our own dignity or our own pride, I guess you could say. Anyway, psychology is a deep matter. But here's the question. If we believe the Bible is a source of truth, is it right about, like, we think it tells us what's right about spiritual matters and destiny, matters with our destiny of man, the destiny of our own lives? So I was going to point something out about pet doctrines, about, does the Bible teach us what's true about life and death, like literal life and death? What happens after you die? Is it a confused group of people writing books? And maybe there's some things in there. I mean, this is the issue with what do they call that? Progressive revelation. One of the issues with too high of that sort of idea would be that you start having to say the Bible was, even if you believe in progressive, let's say it this way, if you believe in progressive revelation, are you saying, what you don't want to be saying is the Bible was saying something incorrect? Now, that doesn't mean there's not statements in the Bible that are recorded in the narrative where there are statements made within the narrative. People say things that aren't true, of course. Like I could tell you, hey, did you know the Bible says Jesus is a wine bibber? That's true, technically, right? Like the words recorded by the Pharisees called Jesus a wine bibber, and they said it declaratively as though it were a fact. And that's in the Bible. So in the Bible, it is said Jesus is a wine bibber. You know what I'm saying? So the Bible does say Jesus is a wine bibber. But if you mean or understand what I'm saying, the message of the New Testament concludes that Jesus is a wine bibber, that's false. But if you mean within the Bible, the statement is said by people who are wrong, right? But shorthand, you could say the Bible does say Jesus is, right? But that would be kind of misleading, kind of like, or I could say, like Sam Harris did one time at an atheist convention. Jesus says, bring the unbelievers before me and slay them in front of me, right? But he says that in a parable, right? He's not calling for us to bring unbelievers to him, or whatever that means to you exactly in this age, and slay unbelievers. Obviously, that's not the point, right? It may have application to say the fate of the wicked when he actually is physically returned or something, but he's not saying to do that in this life right now. Certainly not, right? But you could say, in fact, Jesus says, bring the unbelievers before me and slay them. So Jesus says to slay unbelievers. Context matters, right? He's not teaching us. No Christian takes that as a teaching we're to do now. Certainly not, right? But the statement in and of itself is true. It's just misleading. And so, again, these are just examples of, I would call being, if you at an atheist convention and you declare that Jesus teaches that we should slay the enemy, that's dishonest. But the statement isn't necessarily false. See what I mean? So, and of course, this can be a source of much misunderstanding between people within Christianity, in Christian circles, in disagreements, or misrepresentation of what is being taught by the Bible. So we got to be honest and careful with that and not use it to some sort of advantage that's dishonest. So back to the subject at hand. Does the Bible teach the idea that dead people are alive? This is the reason this is a problem, because a lot of Christians, or most Christians, I think, if they look at their doctrinal beliefs, have to say, in fact, yes. But it's kind of like, are we supposed to judge? Is there ever an appropriate time where Christians judge people? And a lot of people are confused about this. The answer is yes. And because, for one, you have to, but the Bible also says God will empower us to judge, right? Because Christians who are faithful Christians or who have a relationship with God have this spiritual discernment. And discernment is a form of judgment. It's also just a practical life skill. So what does it mean when it says not to judge? Well, judgment has a wide range of application, some of which is not, the word in itself can sound contradictory, because it's like don't judge others, basically, in a certain kind of judgment. So the Bible does teach that we should judge in both judge and not judge. So does that mean death and life can have that same sort of range where someone can be both dead and alive? Well, we see in the New Testament language of Paul, he gets from Jesus this idea. Paul, you could say, Paul says spiritually dead people are walking around alive. So that's an alive person who's dead, right? But that's in a different sense. My question is, when the Bible's talking about no qualifying adjective, just when it's talking about being alive or being dead, in that context, can you be both called dead and alive regarding regular life and death, not spiritual life and death, which is often imported into texts that have nothing to do with that? Like, people say Adam spiritually died, and that's true in sort of how we understand to be spiritually alive or dead, like I just described Paul talking about people who are spiritually dead, but they're walking around and living their lives and thinking. But that context is clearly talking about a change of life, being born again. When you become made alive in Christ, yes, you have eternal life, which is literal, but the spiritual life is also described as God bringing people back from the dead in this life now, in this mortal body even. And that is speaking down the road to leading to literal eternal life. But see, there's a lot of confusion about that, because if you have Christ, you have eternal life, but you're not intrinsically immortal until the teaching in the Bible is that you get a new body at Christ's return. And that's a common truth that people of varying different doctrines affirm, that that's true. The adoption happens, and then the whole creation groans, waiting for the revealing of the children of God, for example. And Paul says, at the last trump, those who are alive and remain will be changed in the twinkling of an eye and be gathered to Christ with those who have fallen asleep, who he resurrects, and they're gathered together. And then he's in that sort of context, he's saying, you get that glorified body. When Christ appears, we will appear with him in glory, sort of thing. And so everybody understands, that most understand. It's hard to distinguish them, because if you don't agree with me, you're going to be like, not everybody believes. Well, the vast majority of people understand this historically, that what I'm talking about is just a fact. Now, so the idea that we have eternal life now, it's real in Christ, and then we get that afforded to us at the second coming, or at glorification of the body, right? So it can both be said that we have eternal life now, We don't have it intrinsically, literally, right? And yes, it has qualitative and literal application. It's ongoing days forever. We're going to go on living forever. And so we speak about that life of that born again experience now, the empowerment of the Holy Spirit is eternal life, right? Because that's why eternal life, although means literally to live forever, the qualitative aspects have application now because it's a life lived in a relationship with God through Christ. But that's different. I'm talking about Abraham died. That is, he experienced the thing that came into the world as a result of Adam's sin. What we experience is when grandma dies and she's no longer alive. Let's look at the text. Here's my question. Are dead people alive according to the Bible when we're talking in the sense of the base definition of death being that thing which in this world life ends and they're no longer, their body's dead, they go back to the dust? Now here's another question. If the Bible is saying when you die, which God declares in Genesis and other places, and that's used in Ecclesiastes, he's like, hey, look, man goes down, the spirit returns to God, the breath returns to God who gave it. That is the life he imbued into Adam when he created man. And Adam began to live. He didn't pre-exist. Where did this idea of pre-existence come from? I'd like to posit the idea that it's the immortality of the soul that got people thinking in this odd direction because of the way they applied those beliefs. Think about this. Let's go to Genesis. I just want to point this out again. Look what God says. Perhaps you agree with me that Adam began to exist when God breathed the spirit of life into the body that he hand formed, which I love, right? God, we see that the potter and the clay analogy. God is condescending to us in a way to show us his desire to be hands-on. Let us go down. He calls out to Adam, where are you? It's relational. It's even investigative, you could say. It's personal. He's going to go down and see what Sodom and Gomorrah is doing. Almost nobody believes he didn't know what they were doing, but he's suggesting, he's like, let us go down, right? This is smacking of what God ends up doing in his ultimate plan of salvation when he becomes human and suffers with us. What is this displaying? Power or his desire for us to come to him? I would like to put forth that God doesn't need to display his power or for us to defend his power. He wants to demonstrate what he desires from us. And all the pious fraud in the world isn't going to change that. That's what draws people to Christ. That is the powerful message and power of the gospel. This how God became a servant. God willingly suffering and dying, totally exposed, naked, shamed and beaten on a cross to save murderers and sinners from their self-destructive behavior. That is not a display of God's power unless you mean the power of his love, okay? All day long, I've put my hand out to you. Don't say you can't follow me, that it's impossible. That is what Satan says. God is not just. God's laws are impossible. God is not good. He's just looking to punish you. This is why people don't like the law and they misunderstand the commandments because they have a misunderstanding about God and his love. They think the law condemns them when really the law is a guardrail to show them how to live. But notice this about life, back to life and death here. Adam called his wife name, okay, because she's the mother of all living. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skin and clothe them. That's probably why they didn't die that very day, because God started teaching that the wages of sin is death, but he comes down and puts coats of skins on them, perhaps because he's starting to teach of substitution that he would provide. Because see here, they cover themselves with fig leaves, but God's like, no, that's not going to do. You doing it yourself hasn't worked. I want you to know that you need me. You need my provision. Thinking you can do it on your own is the problem that got you into this mess. And the only way you're going to get out of this is by trusting me. Okay? It's not a setup, it's a reality. Okay? Now look. So God provides the skins for them. He comes down and provides skins for them. Here's the problem, though. The Lord God said, behold, now look, God took away eternal life, people. You die because what we did and God's rules, okay? You better respect that. Satan didn't decide to take away your life, eternal life. Satan got them to disobey God, and God took away the eternal life. Now, and by the way, the lie in the garden, which is people often get wrong so often, the lie was that man won't surely die, which the greater part of Christianity thinks that you don't really die. They literally agree with the snake. And God's like, then God, what? Because the two things he says is, God says you shall die. Satan says you shall not surely die. The negation of what God said. That's what the text says. I don't care what other people say. That's the idea. And that's verified by the overall witness of Scripture, even if you can mess with the Hebrew and make it say something else. It's also what has come down to us in the text, although I'm not like King James only, or I think the English Bible corrects the Hebrew. But there's some weight to the idea that this is a traditional understanding, and it's in agreement with other teachings in the Bible, which I'm not going to get into. But certainly the one of the lies, at least, right, is that Satan said you won't surely die. God said you will. Okay, the other thing he said is, you shall become like God, knowing good from evil. And people say, see, Satan. Now, there's a sense where people become their own gods, which goes along with what I'm talking about. That is, thinking you can do it on your own without God. Self-dependence without God. Putting yourself or something else in the place of where only God fits, the top of the totem pole. But, so the lie was not that they be like God, okay? Because God says here, the Lord God said, Yahweh the God said, behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. So they have become like God in that they know good and evil. And I take this to be an experiential sense of knowledge of good and evil. They were morally culpable. They knew they were capable, and because most commentators have noted this, the text is saying that they were created with an understanding that they need to follow God, and etc. Although you could say they were innocent morally, they have some naivety, obviously, probably, right? But they had moral compasses, or whatever you'd want to say, right? We don't punish people that are completely ignorant, right? God, after all, God tells them to obey him, right? So they know better. They're humans, they're adults on some level, right? Although that's difficult to. You're not old because of your body size. You're old because of the amount of time you've lived. That's what your age is. But they're created mature, okay? So they do experience good and evil, not because they just learned about it, but in a sense, they did learn about it, didn't they? Experientially. And now they're experiencing what good and evil that contrast is, right? Because now they die. So that's why I say it's experiential. But notice what he says. Lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat of it and live forever. Therefore, the Lord sent them forth from the garden. So God takes away the tree of life. Now, think about the language used here. Here's the question. Did Adam begin to have life? That is, he didn't exist before he was created, obviously, right? This is standard understanding. All sorts of heresies or errant beliefs, let's say, come out of the idea that Adam pre-existed. Man is mortal. And this kind of proves that, right? They needed this provision of God from the tree of life to continue living. That's what this suggests anyways, right? God takes away the tree of life, and now man begins to die. But God doesn't say, I take away the tree of life so you'll die, and then we can insert, death just means not being physically alive. Well, it is true that you won't be physically alive if you die. But it doesn't say that. The very first instance of what death is it's the removal of the provision which makes you continue living. Now, this is very strong, powerful evidence of understanding what life and death is, if we just take this logically. Adam didn't exist before he was created, and God put life into the body that he had made. Man began to be a living soul, a living creature, in the same way the animals did. Breathers. God imbues life by making animals come to life and with the breath of life. Dead things don't breathe. Everything with the breath of life in its nostrils, the spirit of life in its nostrils, died in the flood. And even definitions of life come from this, whether you breathe from the nostrils, right? And the way they're created, they come forth from the earth. God forms them from the earth, and he puts in the spirit or breath of life. And these are things that are said to be alive according to the Bible. So Adam began to exist. He became, it says he became, that's very clear in the text, a living being, a living soul. God's living breath and a body put together makes a living soul, a living being, a thing with life. Okay? That's what the Bible says. If you get your, and so should we get our understanding of life and death from Scripture? I would argue yes. And then do we believe the inerrancy of Scripture? And there's different ideas of that. But if we believe the Bible is a collection of books put together by God's providence, and he's formed it for us to have, it's God breathed, and it's profitable for doctrine and reproof to equip the man of God. Thy word is truth. Why else would we? I mean, if we're going to base our beliefs off the Bible, and we're going to believe the historical creeds and what the Bible says, it's self-consistent witness of itself, then we believe that we have to understand it so that understanding God has put it together for us as a source of truth. If there's two conflicting things in there, we seek to make them fit together so that they are not in contradiction because of our belief about the providence of God and what God has done in the world. And there's actual evidence for that. And so we're not basing our beliefs on cleverly devised fables, but holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. And the evidence of that, one would be the flood and God's judgment, what Jesus taught, the resurrection of Jesus, the world, the truth, the truthiness of its truth as a worldview and explaining things, etc. Right? The witness of the Holy Spirit. So what does the Bible say here? Well, this is where God makes the world and where he's explaining why we die, having put eternity in the heart of man. Now, again, it says he takes away the tree of life, which everyone agrees this is how we start dying. Although God has provided a provision and a prophecy even, right? The seed of the woman. It's very important, right? It's a very big evidence for what we know, what can be verified historically about Jesus and what he was teaching and how he's a fulfillment of prophecies that we know were written before that from the text. And all these things come together in historical events that really occurred. Even the unbelievers have to admit this. And then we know that Genesis was something carried along by the Hebrew people as God gives them holidays that even today the secular non-believing atheist Jews keep for some reason. The whole entire dispersed Jewish population or Hebrew population kept keeping these holidays even in their dispersion to this very day. And one asks, well, how do these holidays come about? And the Bible offers us the answer. These are real events that historically happened and occurred in the life of this people group. Now, did they make up these stories in the ancient past? And some lying Jewish leader said, hey, people, we all have to come to an agreement that we're going to tell our children why we keep these holidays because of what occurred in our history. And just play along wherever you go into the world and make sure your offspring and your descendants keep keeping them and lie to them about this because we're going to make up this history. And it's going to be, and we got to keep it going by doing these holidays, which are, like the Passover, because God took them out of Egypt. These holidays that are types of what Jesus ultimately is ends up doing in the historical person named Jesus of Nazareth, who actually had things happen to him that occurred on these events. And even the unbelieving Jews are still keeping these holidays because they're burned into their memory. Now, when you're dispersed as a nation, you think your nation is done with. Why would you keep these holidays in foreign lands if they were all based on a lie, something that didn't actually happen? It's ridiculous. It's offensive to even suggest that there isn't a historical truth, at least, to this, because you have to basically say that a whole entire people group decided to be deceptive and lie about their history, and then they pass that along. So we have evidence, is my point. Again, this is a side note, just really interesting to me if you take it seriously, which you should, because there's no real good explanation otherwise. But my point is, we have reasons for believing the Bible's true, is the point. It's evident in the world. And that's just one evidence of that fact, that God acted in reality in the lives of a people group, which ended up bringing forth this Jesus who changes the entire world, that we're all beneficiaries of, especially in the West. Why believe Christianity? I don't know, because prophecy and history and explanatory power. I mean, what would it look like if it were true? Anyway, so I think I'm justified in believing that I can get my source of truth from Scripture because of what God's done in the world. And what God said is that man began to die because he took away the tree of life, because not so he would die and then people can come along later and start putting adjectives and make categories in front of the word death and life, and start thinking, well, no one really dies. Well, let's believe that like the pagans do. No, God says, I don't want you to continue living. What is life? It's the thing granted to Adam 2 chapters or 1 chapter earlier. The thing he didn't have before he existed, life. He became a living being. Now, God takes away the tree of life. Why? Because he doesn't want them, presumably in the sinning, in their rebellion, that cannot be sustained. And that's why God took away ongoing days forever, because of sin, because it can't be sustained forever. But of course, he's already made the promise that he's going to deal with it, and showed evidence of that when he put skins on them and he prophesied of the seed of the woman. And we see this messianic figure that the people are expecting even before Jesus came. We see the prophecies that predicted his coming and the expectation of the people before he did come. And then he did come. And that man changed the world. But how can anybody believe this stuff? Oh, I don't know. Because God has a word and he's declared it. And so we should believe it. And we're justified in believing it. And guess what? People die, and it's one of the most real things in life that we experience. People stop being alive. And look at this. He took away the tree of life so they wouldn't go on living. But here we have Christianity saying, oh, indeed, we just teleport to another place. We don't really die. You shall not surely die. But I would like to posit the idea that the most real thing the most painful thing experienced in the world with loved ones around us, even the unbeliever experiences the pain, the utter suffering of losing a loved one. But God's provided an answer. But Christians today, you might wonder if they even need the answer. After all, Jesus gives us quote unquote spiritual eternal life in this present life. But of course, most Christians think, well, our spirits are immortal. We go on living. We just go to God's got to put those souls somewhere. Let's put them in heaven or put them in hell. But then what about this judgment thing? Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Judgment. Yeah, whatever. Just no, you die and you go to hell because got to put those immortal souls somewhere. So there's a good place and a bad place, because God's going to perpetuate sin forever. Let me ask you, why do you think he implemented death to his crowning of his creation? Living beings made in his image. He takes away the tree of life so they won't go on living. Not that they can die, defined as teleporting to La La Land, because he's got to put those immortal souls somewhere that are sinning, that will have to go somewhere and perpetuate sin forever. No. So yes, The definition of life and death biblically is very, sorry, Chris, I love you, but I disagree. Life and death is very much connected to what the Bible's teaching about hell. Because it all starts right here. It's a perverse misunderstanding, which should be understood right here, right now in Genesis. Death is perpetuated or injected through the deceit of Satan, not God, by the way, but it is God who, in a sense, it's a mercy, right? To keep sinners from continued existence. Again, remember, Adam began to exist. God called that a living being. And here he takes away the tree of life after they disobeyed so that they don't continue being alive forever. So they don't continue having the thing that Adam was granted when he was created. It's plain if you just let it speak. So the reason God made us die is the very reason why hell is at the very foundation, why hell conceptually is obviously not eternal conscious torment. But then, of course, we can see, as I've demonstrated and many others have before me, the Bible isn't actually even suggesting that God would put you somewhere to sin forever. No, he's promised that he will be all in all in the end. And the hundreds and hundreds of different descriptions that describe the fate of those who don't come to God for restoration will be destroyed, consumed, devoured, vanish like smoke. You'll look for them, won't find it. You'll look for their place. You won't find the place for these people. So much for positing some sort of metaphysical other place that you can define it in such a way that you can sustain God will be all in all. Yeah, in this part of the creation. But then there's this other thing. No, you're inventing categories. You're perverse. Stop adding to the text. Everything that exists is God's creation. And in the end, there's a new heavens and new earth where righteousness dwells, where God will be all in all. That does not afford eternal conscious torment or ongoing existence of sinners. And we can take that all the way back to the beginning, right here. Let God tell you what it says. He afforded Adam and Eve life, and he takes away the tree of life, his provision, because he alone has immortality. And he did that so that man wouldn't live forever. You cannot be dead and alive because death is the cessation of life, period. The Bible, that's what the Bible says. Now be corrected by the word of God. Death is real. It's more evidently real than Christian is a true worldview. It's just as evident. Okay. So let's go to Matthew 22. Do I need to be nicer and butter you up to get you to believe the truth? I mean, I can try that. So people tell me, so I'm questioning, is the Bible in contradiction with itself? Because people say, I'm the God of the living. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob have to be alive. Is that what he's saying? No, absolutely not. And this is another one of these examples where I'm saying, I can see why you read it that way, okay? But it's a misunderstanding. It's a surface level reading. When we look at the historical content of what the Pharisees and the Sadducees believed and what they were denying, so what Jesus was contending with them about. The resurrection, by the way, is at the end of the age, not after you die. That's one thing to remember, although people are confused about that. But the context is really, really clear. Let's see, where does it start here? Right here. Look, this is the start of a new context, verse 23. Same day to him, the Sadducees, which say there is no resurrection at the end of the age. That was the Jewish understanding. When people die, is that it? Now, when you say it like that, you think, well, they didn't believe that you go on living after you die. Well, yeah, that in and of itself could mean they certainly don't believe that you fly off to heaven when you die as a ghost. But more than that, they just think when you're dead, they think when you're dead, it's over. So people think, well, so then they just didn't believe in an afterlife. No, that's true. But that doesn't prove that they didn't believe in the true thing, which is that you go to heaven directly after you die. They just didn't believe in a resurrection. It says they didn't believe in the resurrection. And the resurrection in Scripture is the resurrection of the body at the end of the age. Yes, it's true. They didn't believe in any afterlife. But more specifically, they didn't believe that there was a resurrection, which the Pharisees believed, that there would be a general resurrection at the end of the age, the Messianic kingdom, the thing in Daniel 12 at the end of the age, which is teaching, the final conflict between God and those who oppose him, and the resurrection of all saints. They didn't believe in the biblical resurrection of the dead, which is a bodily resurrection at the end of the age. And as I'm saying, Master, so that's the context. He's contending with Sadducees who say there is no resurrection. Okay. Now look at verse 28. Therefore, in the resurrections, the context they're trying to trick Jesus about is regarding the resurrection. So, and then he says, for in the resurrection, they neither marry or are given in marriage. So he shows why they're so off, they're not even wrong, okay? So they're trying to trap him, it's not even applicable. But then he's, there's somewhat of an interpretation, but you'll see why in a second. Because it could be taken a multitude of ways. But notice, then he says, but is touching to the resurrection. See? So he deals with their thing about the wives, whose wife will she be? And he's like, dude, you don't even get it. That's not even an issue. So he's like, regarding the resurrection on your question, that because they're trying to trick him to show that they're right about there is no resurrection. It doesn't even make sense. Whose wife would she be? He's like, okay, fine. In the resurrection, look, you're not even wrong. Marriage isn't even a thing in the resurrection at the end of the age. That's the context, because that's when the resurrection is. That's their understanding of it. They're not saying directly when you die, because notice what's implicit in this scenario about whose wife will she be. Implicitly in that, the way the question is framed is that all the brothers will be together. They don't die one after the other and one's in heaven, because they're all gathered at once. Think about this inherently. They're gathered in such a way that all the brothers are there facing the wife. Whose wife is she going to be? Because everyone's gathered, which is what Paul teaches us in the New Testament, right? And that was the Pharisaical understanding from Scripture. So even implicit in the question, they understood that people believe there's this gathering of all the people at the end of the marriage supper of the Lamb. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a confrontation of the brothers if they went one by one. And that's what the resurrection is. Flying off to heaven as a ghost. No, the resurrection is all people at the end of the age. And it's even implied in the question. He's like, look, at the resurrection, there is no marriage. People aren't given in marriage, so it's not even a thing to worry about. But are as the angels in heaven. In other words, people will use this verse to say there's not going to be any children in the eternal estate. I disagree. During the millennium, marriage isn't a concern, or having children. But God created man to have children in the garden before they sinned. If we believe God is actually loving, and he created man to expand the family of love. No, he's just saying in the resurrection, I'm not going to get into the teaching of that, but the point here is that then he switches it and he says in verse 31, but is touching the resurrection of the dead. That is, in general, regarding your non-belief in a resurrection, just in general. So he deals with their trap question. You're not even wrong. Now he's like, but it's touching to the resurrection of the dead, like generally speaking, because you don't even believe in the resurrection, dude. He's like, have you not read what was spoken unto you by God, the thing you're not believing in, so you're not coming to the Son, because you haven't really heeded what God has said? You don't really believe God. You don't have the love of the Father in you. You're just frauds. You're hypocrites. But remember what God has said. I know you know the words. I am the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. So how is this touching to the resurrection of the dead in general, which they don't believe, which is the context in which they try to trap him by showing the absurdity even of the idea of the resurrection? He deals with their question. Now he's dealing with the issue at hand, which is they don't believe in a resurrection in general. So he says this, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. He's not saying, well, Abraham's still alive. So that's not right in regards to the resurrection. He's saying, no, in fact, what he's saying is there must be a resurrection from the dead because Abraham is dead and he's a friend of God. In other words, we would say he's in Christ. He's one of the dead in Christ. And the resurrection at the end of the age, which is true, which is what Jesus is contending with these people who don't believe in it. Abraham's dead, and we all know that God is blessed by Abraham, and we all believe in God. So of course there has to be a resurrection at the end of the age. Abraham has died, and God is the God of the living. So knowing that everybody believes and knows that Abraham is a friend of God, but that Abraham has died, how could there not be a resurrection from the dead? Because God is the God of the living. He's remedying the problem of death, which he instituted, by the way. So how is he not the God of the dead? God made us die according to biblical language of death. Death didn't exist in the world until God took away the tree of life. So God is the reason why we die, because of what we did in our disobedience. So what does this mean? God is not the God of the dead. He's not of death. Death is his enemy. Death is the enemy, but Christ comes and suffers it to save us from it, and which is the penalty of our sin that we instigated, not God. And so in that sense, it's like a mercy, but God is remedying the problem. God is not like the gods of the dead, of the underworld. He's not about making people, not wanting us to die, about death, taking pleasure in the death of the wicked. He's not of death like these other gods out there. He's about life. He's the author of life and the redeemer of those who die. That's what it's saying. We all know Abraham is a friend of God, and we all know that Abraham is dead. But we know that God is love. God is the God of the living, the creator of life. He's not about death, but Abraham indeed is dead. He's one of the dead in Christ. And so, you idiots, there has to be a resurrection. I am the resurrection and the life. And of course, we see Jesus raise Lazarus and the promise that he's coming back to raise people who have died. And by the way, if you don't get it, which you should if you listened, Paul calls people the dead in Christ, who Christ raises at his coming. So yes, Abraham is dead according to the Bible. He's suffered the thing which was implemented by God in the garden, of which God is against and redeeming us out of. Death is real, and it means you're not alive. And that's the beauty of the blessed hope and the hope of the faith, which is the God of the living bringing people back to life who have died, even though they were rebellions and sinners against him. And God desires that for everyone, if they would just come to him. So in denying death, you misunderstand the Bible in a very profound way, and I hope you change your mind. God bless.
Elohim will stand in the assembly of God. In the midst of the gods he judges. And about him he said, now he quotes Psalm 7, 8, and 9, and above it, to the heights return. God will judge the peoples. As for what he said, Psalm 82 again, verse 2, how long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Its interpretation, Pishro, here's what he thinks it means. Its interpretation concerns Belial, who again is a Satan figure, and the spirits of his lot, who, turning aside from the commandments of God to commit evil. And then there's a gap. Okay, let's just stop there. The writer of 11Q Melchizedek associates Melchizedek with being God. Okay, Psalm 82, 1, the capital G-O-D in Psalm 82, 1, he thinks is Melchizedek, who is standing in the assembly of God in the midst of the gods and judging them. I mean, just think about that. If you've read Unseen Realm, you know all about how, you know all about Psalm 82. And you also know all about the whole two Yahwehs idea, that there were two Yahweh figures in Old Testament thinking, and this is the foundation for the later ancient Jewish doctrine of two powers in heaven, two good guys, two Yahweh figures. And I've mentioned in many cases, and some of you have either seen me lecture on this on YouTube or maybe live at some place, there was lots of speculation in the Second Temple period about who the second Yahweh figure was. Okay, we know in the Old Testament he shows up as a man, he's visible. But who is that? What's his identity? And I've made comment before about some thought he was an exalted Old Testament figure like David, okay, or Abraham or Moses, or in this case, Melchizedek. Melchizedek is one of the two powers candidates that get floated in Jewish writings of the Second Temple period. And it's very clear here. He associates Melchizedek with being the one who is judging the gods in Psalm 82. And again, he associates that with the release of people in bondage to the kind of misery that the gods are inflicting upon them. Now, at this point, you have to, you have to suspend what you know a little bit, because some of you are probably thinking, well, he's wrong because Psalm 82 is about the gods of the nations, and those are Gentiles. It has nothing to do with the release and the jubilees. And okay, we get that. We're just reading through a text that explains what this particular Jewish writer was thinking. He is associating Melchizedek with the Lord of the council. And I've done the same thing with Jesus, where in John chapter 10, Jesus quotes Psalm 82. We did a whole episode on that. Again, you get the idea, these sorts of connections, of identifying particular individuals. Again, Christians are going to do this with Jesus, obviously. And again, isn't it a coincidence that Jesus gets compared, analogized to Melchizedek in the New Testament? Again, we'll get there. But there are Jews who were there before. Again, they're thinking of Melchizedek as being more than a man, and they're associating him here, believe it or not, with Psalm 82. Psalm 82, verse 1. And Melchizedek is the leader. Remember verse 9, his armies. He's the leader of armies that are going to liberate the peoples of the earth. Okay? He's going to liberate them. And he's going to go to war with Belial, the Satan figure, and the spirits of his lot. Now, if you know anything about Dead Sea Scroll stuff, there's a very famous scroll called the War Scroll. It's 1QM, as memory serves. That describes the apocalyptic, end of days battle, and it's a war between gods and men. And on both sides, you have human combatants and divine combatants fighting it out, in heaven and on earth, for basically all the marvels. This is the kind of thing that this text is alluding to, this same idea, where you have this warfare going on. Let's go back to the text now. I'll pick it up in verse 12. So its interpretation, again, this is what he thinks it means, concerns Belial and the spirits of his lot, who, turning aside from the commandments of God to commit evil, and then it just drops off there, line 13. But Melchizedek will carry out the vengeance of God's judgments, and on that day he will free them from the hand of Belial and from the hand of all the spirits of his lot. To his aid shall come all the gods of justice, and he is the one who, and then there's a gap in the text, all the sons of God, and there's another gap. Isn't that frustrating? I'll read line 14 over again. To his aid shall come all the gods of justice. Isn't that interesting? Gods of justice, gods of tzedek. Okay, we've talked a lot about tzedek, with Melchizedek in the prior two episodes, but here we have this line: he shall, to his aid shall come all the gods of tzedek. In other words, the rest of Yahweh's, heavenly host army is going to come help Melchizedek, win this battle. Line 15. This is the day of peace, about which he said, then there's a gap, through Isaiah the prophet, who said, now he's going to quote Isaiah 52:7, how beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of the messenger who announces peace, the messenger of good who announces salvation, saying to Zion, your God reigns. Pishro, its interpretation. The mountains are the prophets. Before you think that's really odd, just bear with him. He's a Second Temple Jewish guy, and this is what they're thinking. The mountains are the prophets, line 18, and the messenger is the anointed of the Spirit, as Daniel said about him. Now he's going to quote Daniel 9:25. The messenger is the anointed of the Spirit, as Daniel said about him, until an anointed, a prince, it is 7 weeks, unquote. And the messenger of good who announces salvation is the one about whom it is written, to comfort the afflicted. Pishro, its interpretation. That means to instruct them in all the ages of the world. Line 21 has 2 words, in truth, and then there's nothing. Line 22 is fragmentary. It says, has turned away from Belial and will return, then it ends. Line 23 says, in the judgments of God as it is written about him, quoting Isaiah 52:7 again, saying to Zion, your God rules. Zion is the congregation of all the sons of justice, those who establish the covenant, those who avoid walking on the path of the people. And your God, this is the way the text ends, the column ends, your God is Melchizedek, who will free them from the hand of Belial. And as for what he said, quotes Leviticus 25:9, you shall blow the horn in all the land of, and then it breaks off. That's column 2, 11Q Melchizedek. There's a lot of strange stuff in there. And for our purposes, what I want you to store away as we continue in our discussion here is that you very clearly have a Second Temple Jew. When they think about Melchizedek, they are thinking of a divine being. And I would say they're thinking about the second Yahweh figure. This is a candidate who is at the head of the armies of God himself. And this Jew views Melchizedek as being the Elohim who is going to judge the gods over the nations, otherwise known to him as the spirits of Belial, the spirits of Belial's lot, those who are under the power, under the influence, in league with Satan, essentially. Again, the way scholars and myself included, again, parse Psalm 82 is a little bit different. And that's fine. Just that 11Q Melchizedek tells you what one guy, one author was thinking, and it's very, very clear that Melchizedek is just more than a man. And he even brings in verses, concepts to talk about Melchizedek in ways that the New Testament writers will talk about Jesus. Okay. Now, Melchizedek is also mentioned. His name is mentioned in 11Q17. That's really all you get, just the name. There's another fragment, 4Q401, fragment 11. There's 3 lines. There's only a few words. It has priests of, and then there's a break, and then gods of knowledge, break. And then line 3, Melchizedek, priest in the assembly of God. Again, it's harkening back to Psalm 82 again. So that's what you get, with 11Q Melchizedek, otherwise known as 11Q13. Now, what I want to do at this point is I want to read you some excerpts from a couple of papers. One is published in the Journal for the Study of Judaism in the Persian, Hellenistic, and Roman period. It's by Delcor. The title is Melchizedek from Genesis to the Qumran Texts and the Epistle to the Hebrews. And then a little bit from Jim Davila's SBL seminar paper back in 1996. Delcor's article, by the way, is 1971. But 20-some years later, 1996, Davila gave an SBL paper entitled Melchizedek, Michael, and the War in Heaven. And I want to quote a few things from both of those papers. Okay, we'll start with Delcor, and this is on pages 124 and 125. Again, just reading his commentary on what we just read. He's talking about 11Q Melchizedek. So he writes, the character Melchizedek appears in an incomplete text of Cave 11 of Qumran, published by Vanderwood. In this fragment, written in Hebrew, Melchizedek appears as an eschatological savior who has a heritage. His mission is to bring back at the end of days the exiles to announce to them their liberation and the expiation of their sins. The fragment here takes up in part Isaiah 61:1, and at least conceptually, which Luke applies to Jesus in Luke 4:18. Melchizedek appears also as a celestial being, Elohim, who stands in the assembly of God, and on this occasion will judge the heavenly ones. Okay, in the midst of the gods, he passes judgment. Psalm 82:1. Those are the ones he's judging. Delcor continues, he participates in the vengeance of the judgment of God. Here we find, though with some modification, taken up Psalm 82:1 and Isaiah 61:2. Melchizedek is thus apparently identified with Michael, who also appears in Qumran as a celestial being in the War Scroll 1QM. In fact, Melchizedek is helped by the celestial armies in his struggle against Belial and his angels. We will see later the interest of these speculations on the person of Melchizedek as a celestial being for a better understanding of the Epistle to the Hebrews. As the scriptures speak neither of the birth nor the death of this person, Melchizedek, it is easy to imagine him to be eternal, and therefore that this priest should be present in the heavens. The author of the Qumran fragment did not hesitate to indulge in these speculations. Davila writes this, the theme of the eschatological war in heaven between the angelic forces of good and the demonic forces of evil was a topic of great interest in early Jewish and Christian literature. The focus of this paper is the reflexes of this story, which name Michael or Melchizedek as the leader of the heavenly army. Skipping ahead to the next paragraph, when a leader of the battling angels is mentioned in these texts, he is almost always either Michael or Melchizedek. It seems clear that the two were identified, at least in some circles. In Qumran sectarian literature, each appears as the head of the angelic hosts at the eschatological battle in different texts. Based on this fact, as well as contextual considerations, Millick suggested that a fragmentary passage in the Visions of Amram, 4Q544, originally listed them together as names of the angel of light. So I'll just break in there that there's this character in this text, the angel of light, and what Davila is saying is these might be named, Michael and Melchizedek might be names for that particular angel, again, because the texts have related content. Now, let's go down a little bit to, another third paragraph for Davila. The relationship of these two angels, Michael and Melchizedek, or Michael and the angel of light. Again, it's not really clear what Davila is referring to there. It's the prose is a little bit obscure. But the relationship of these two angels and how they came to be associated with one another. He's probably referring to Melchizedek here, even though Melchizedek's not an angel, but maybe he's saying an angel in this text anyway. But their relationship is one of the issues to be considered in this study. And he spends a lot of time trying to explicate this. Moving on, he says, the narrative of column 2, which we just read, describes the eschatological conflict fought by the divine being Melchizedek and his angelic allies against Belial and the evil spirits of his lot. And then Davila goes on to compare the language of 11Q Melchizedek with the war scroll and some other things where Michael is the picture. So basically what his article is going to be about, at least in this section, is how Michael and Melchizedek sort of play the same role, and they're in this battle that's described the same way in various texts from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, this is me now. We're done with the quotations. I don't believe that Michael was the second power. In other words, was the second Yahweh figure, or I don't believe that Michael is the angel of the Lord. Now, some do. Seventh-day Adventists in particular, take that position. Not the only ones, but they certainly take it. I think the idea is contradicted actually by two places in Daniel, and that's kind of material for another episode. But just so that you know, I don't think Michael is the angel of the Lord. I think there's problems with that. The point for our purposes here are that some Jews made that equation. Okay, some Jews thought that. Now, I think personally that this thinking, is tied to the second power in heaven, second Yahweh figure. And we have here an exalted angel, again, cast as the second power in heaven. And the most obvious candidate is Michael. But some Jews, again, thought this was Melchizedek exalted to some sort of heavenly state. He becomes glorified or something like that. Now, Michael is Israel's prince. Melchizedek was a priest king. Now, I think in part, the way they're sort of thought about together is because the captain of the Lord's host, remember Joshua 5, the captain of the Lord's host is clearly divine. Okay, this is, if you remember Joshua 5, Joshua encounters the captain of the commander of the Lord's host, and he says, what side are you, who are you, dude? What side are you on? He says, I'm the commander of the Lord's host. And then he says, hey, the place where you're standing is holy ground. Take off your sandals. It's the same language that you get in Exodus 3 with the burning bush. Exactly the same. So, the commander of the Lord's host is a divine being. And since we have this connection back to Exodus 3, I think he's the angel of the Lord. I think he's the angel of the Lord for a different reason. And I discuss all of this in Unseen Realm, because the description of the commander of the Lord's army there in Joshua 5 describes the commander there as having a drawn sword in his hand. Okay. The Hebrew phrase for that, the exact Hebrew phrase, occurs only two other times in the Hebrew Bible. One is in 1 Chronicles 20, 16. The other one is in Numbers 22. I think it's verse 24. But they both explicitly in those two other passages say that the person with the drawn sword in his hand is the angel of the Lord. So I think there's a really, really powerful case here to identify the commander of Yahweh's host in Joshua 5 as the Malach Adonai, as the angel of the Lord. Now, if that's the case, well, it kind of makes sense, at least to some Jews, that to think of that figure, the angel of the Lord, as Michael, because he's the commander of Yahweh's armies on behalf of Israel, and Michael is called Israel's prince. So they sort of conflate those two things. That's how people argue that Michael is the angel of the Lord. Again, I think there's problems with that when you get into some passages in Daniel. But nevertheless, I just want you to know how a Jew would get there, how the thinking would go. They also, again, if you're the prince of Israel, well, that sounds, kind of messianic. That's like kind of Messiah talk, prince of Israel, And so once you go there, then you do start thinking about Melchizedek. Why? Because Melchizedek, the Davidic king in Psalm 110 is declared to be, after the order of Melchizedek. And so this is how, if you're a Jew, you could justify thinking, okay, angel of the Lord, Michael, Melchizedek, they're all the same guy. This is how you would get there. This is how you would argue that. And of course, the Messiah is your leader at the great eschatological battle. I mean, who else would it be? So again, you have these ideas that are very, I think pretty easy to see how Jews would have conflated all of these things into one figure. And so when you have Jews writing in the Second Temple period, you have some of them use Melchizedek, some of them use Michael. You got that one that says angel of light. Maybe he's just the oddball out here, but everybody else is talking about Melchizedek or Michael. And if thinking of that figure in those terms, again, tying it back to Joshua 5, being the guy in charge of Yahweh's armies, well, then you could look at Psalm 82 and say, well, look, what's being described here in Psalm 82, judgment of the nations, and a Jew would look at that. And again, this particular Jew who wrote 11Q Melchizedek associates the reclaiming of the nations in a final eschatological sense, and the death of the gods in a final sense, with the release of the captives. Israel is released from exile. The separation from God is over. Our captivity is over. We're forgiven, and the Messiah is here. Again, you have to get rid of the New Testament in your head. None of that's happened yet, and so this is your vision as a Jew of what's going to happen when the Messiah returns. Of course, we're going to be liberated. Everything's going to be set right. It's the day of the Lord, kind of thinking. They're not thinking about, oh, he's going to come, he's going to go and die on a cross, he's going to rise again. Remember, again, we've discussed this at length in Unseen Realm and at length on this podcast, how the plan of redemption was cryptic. They weren't supposed to know. What they're thinking is messianic deliverance, the restoration of the kingdom. And quite frankly, that's what the powers of darkness are thinking too, because it's like, well, he's back here. The Son of the Most High is back here to reclaim his turf, and this silly talk about restoring Eden. Well, this is our turf now. We're going to kill the guy. I mean, this is what they were expecting. This is what they knew. The redemptive sort of aspect to it, the salvific sort of aspect, that is fragmented in lots of places. It's never spelled out, and they miss it. And here you have Second Temple texts that are tracking, along the militaristic theme. And if you're doing that, and you see, again, going back to Joshua 5, here you have the command of the Lord's host, obviously divine being. Well, Michael's the prince, so these two guys must be the same. And who else would lead the battle in the last day but the Messiah? So Michael, and this guy must be the Messiah as well. And hey, if it's the Messiah, we got to bring Melchizedek into the question, because the Messiah, the son of David, in Psalm 110, is a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. So you can put all these things together, and that's what they do. They don't have any of the stuff that is probably lurking around in our heads about the New Testament, because we're not even at the New Testament yet. This is pre-Jesus stuff in the Second Temple period. But this is how you get the portrait that a guy who's writing in second or in 11Q Melchizedek, this is how he would get there. Now, from Reversing Hermon, I want to read a little bit that relates to this, again, just to bring that material into this discussion. This is from chapter 10. Again, this is talking about how another element to getting to this portrait is to focus on who the enemy is. Again, the Belial figure, and the bad guys on the other side of the apocalyptic war. Again, what I'm doing here is I'm just fleshing out for you how a Jew would have been thinking about this material and how they get to this profile where Michael, Melchizedek, Messiah, they're all the same guy and they're fighting, the sons of Belial and the big bad guy on the other side and all that. So here's another element to it from Reversing Hermon, chapter 10. In a pseudepigraphical work known as The Assumption of Moses, a work whose content shows up in the New Testament book of Jude, we read the following passage. This is chapter 8, verses 1 through 3. Actually, I'm just going to give you one. And there will come upon them punishment and wrath, such as never happened to them from the creation till the time when he stirs up against them a king of the kings of the earth, who, having supreme authority, will crucify those who confess their circumcision. Now, the interesting line here is the reference to, quote, a king of the kings of the earth. The writer is clearly citing Psalm 2, verse 2, which is a messianic psalm about how the kings of the nations will rise up against the Messiah. And he transforms the verse to point to a great leader of those kings. So Psalm 2, too, talks about the Gentiles rising up, against the Messiah. But the writer of the Assumption of Moses turns that phrase into a king of the kings of the earth. So you have a great end times enemy that's in view in the Assumption of Moses here. Now, Horbury, who's a New Testament scholar, writes, Jewish sources from the end of the Second Temple period, which describe an Antichrist-like figure without using the term, name him rather as the Wicked One, or Gog, or Beliar. These sources can be said to bridge the gap between the biblical passages already noted, which attest to the expectations of a messianic victory and of a final arch enemy of Israel. Horbury's point, this is me now, is that while a developed doctrine of Antichrist is indeed of Christian origin, the component of that Christian teaching that had the Antichrist as an imperial tyrant bent on opposing the rule of Messiah is pre-Christian and of Jewish origin. Horbury's reference to the Wicked One, Gog or Beliar, brings us to a third background element. Again, this is chapter 10 in Reversing Hermon, so I'm referring to something earlier. Brings us to another element for our discussion of the beast, the Antichrist. Belial, also spelled Beliar in some Dead Sea Scrolls, is the leader of the powers of darkness. Okay, that's pretty obvious. Now, I quote a fellow named here, Torleif Elgvin, and he summarizes how this works, the great, end times enemy, how this works in Jewish expectation. He writes, the New Testament concepts of Satan and his host are closely related to ideas that develop in intertestamental period and are found in early Jewish literature. In their interpretation of Old Testament passages, various books among the pseudepigrapha and Qumran literature give different explanations to the presence of evil in the world. Some writings describe the struggle between good and evil as a cosmic spiritual struggle and anticipate the ultimate annihilation of evil and the evil powers. In some texts, the evil powers have an angelic leader named Shemhaza or Mastema or Belial or the Prince of Darkness. The earliest post-biblical source that elaborates on evil angelic forces is probably the Enochic Book of the Watchers, 1 Enoch 6 through 16. These chapters interpret Genesis 6:1 through 5. The angelic watchers cohabit with earthly women and bring magic, sin, and violence to the earth. Enoch is shown the coming judgment on the angels, who in vain ask him to intercede for them. Their leader is Shemhaza, but he is not portrayed as a cosmic opponent to God or the elect. Again, in that text, but later on, again, he will be. People will take that name and apply it to the great end times enemy who will oppose and confront and battle with the Messiah. Now, Elgvin's overview of the data shows that for Second Temple period Jewish theology, the leader of the Watchers went by various names: Shemhaza, Mastema, Belial, the Prince of Darkness, and the last title has obvious overlap with the way New Testament's writes of Satan. So this is how, again, on the flip side, this is how Jews were thinking. This is why you have this final war described the way it is. When you see in these texts Belial, Beliar, Mastema, Shemchaza, these are all in the mind of certain Jewish writers. They're all sort of other words for Satan. And so naturally, at the end of days, his opponent will be the Messiah. And you have messianic profile that has Messiah as a warrior. Well, that's the captain of the Lord's host in Joshua 5. and he's a son of David. That brings Melchizedek into the equation because of Psalm 110. And of course, Michael is the prince of Israel. So it must be all the same guy. I mean, this is how you get the end times eschatology, or at least the apocalyptic battle, who the characters are and what's happening and why. This is how you get there in Second Temple Jewish thinking. Now, again, I'm not going to take all those positions. Again, I think there's a problem with the Michael Melchizedek equation, Michael as the angel of the Lord, and so on and so forth. And we'll hit that, at another time. Probably when we hit the New Testament, maybe I'll bring some of that in, or we'll do an episode of its own on that. But if we go back to 11Q Melchizedek with all this thing, we've got the good guy, he goes by various names. We got the bad guy, goes by various names. And in 11Q Melchizedek, the good guy, the leader, the chief combatant, the Elohim of Psalm 82 is Melchizedek, who is also, for Second Temple Jews, the angel of the Lord, who is also Michael. Again, this is how they're thinking when they get to that passage. Now, 11Q Melchizedek brings other passages into the profile. The Jubilee chronology is a big deal. You've got Isaiah 52, Isaiah 61, and that is connected, of course, with the Day of Atonement, because the Day of Atonement comes after, again, the end of the Jubilee cycle, and so on and so forth. So that's interesting, obviously, and I've already alluded to it, because of what happens in Luke 4. Isn't it odd, or isn't it interesting? Isn't it fascinating that when Jesus starts his ministry, he's there in Nazareth, he goes into the synagogue, and he takes the scroll from Isaiah, Isaiah 61. And I'm going to go there. A lot of you will know this, but I think it's just more effective if I actually, sort of read it, and you get to hear what's left out. But he goes to the synagogue there in Luke chapter 4. And this is what we read here. He says, at verse 17, we'll go back to verse 17. The scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written. I mean, he's doing this intentionally. He found the place where it was written. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. And he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down. And the eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him. And he began to say to them, today, this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. And he gets a mixed reaction. But he says, today, this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. Well, look at this. He references the poor. He references the captives. He references the oppressed. Now, he's quoting Isaiah 61, but some of those terms are in Psalm 82. The writer of 11Q Melchizedek understood that. They knew that. I think Jesus knew it too, because later when we get to the episode in John, he's going to quote Psalm 82. I don't want to rabbit trail back into that, but here's the point. Isn't it kind of fascinating that Jesus chooses this passage? And if you're familiar with Isaiah 61, he stops, with set at liberty, those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. What he leaves out, the next line in Isaiah 61, right after to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor, which is where Jesus stops, the next line is, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to grant to those who mourn in Zion, to give them a beautiful headdress instead of ashes, and so on and so forth. But he leaves out the day of the Lord line. Why? Well, it's kind of obvious. He knows why he's there. And it is not for conquest. He's there to die. But that's what they don't know. So if you're comparing what Jesus does, let's just imagine that you've got a few people there in Nazareth that day who have read 11Q Melchizedek, or they think of the same thing. They're expecting, by virtue of that text and the quotation of Isaiah 61, they're expecting a deliverer. They're expecting military conquest. They're expecting the final battle, because that's just the picture. That's the picture that's in their head. And here you have this guy from Nazareth show up in your synagogue, and he says, today, this is fulfilled, in your hearing. And then, what's he going to do? He's going to go out from that point and start doing those things. He's going to heal people. He's going to preach the gospel. He's going to talk about the kingdom of God, all this kind of stuff. And eventually he's going to die and provide redemption and atonement, which is associated with the Jubilee cycle, is it not? That you just look at that picture, and he's both. You both get a holy cow moment, out of people in the room there in Nazareth, and you'd also get, why did he stop there? Doesn't he know the scripture, or maybe he's a pretender? He's not going to deliver us. You get all these sort of thought patterns going. Now, when I'm gonna end on this note, because we are drifting in the New Testament territory now. I think we've said enough about how conceptually you could go from Melchizedek of the Old Testament and come out thinking of him as a divine being because of, again, this matrix of ideas. And here you have a classic example in 11Q Melchizedek of Jews doing this very thing and how they get there. I think we've said enough about that. But back when we did Ezekiel 40 to 48, part 2, when we talked about New Testament temple talk associating with the body of the Messiah, Jesus' body was the temple, his followers are the temple, the church is the temple, basically arguing in favor of a more than literal approach. Because in the first part, we did 2 episodes on Ezekiel 40 through 48. The first part, we talked about the problems that a literal approach brings. But fundamentally, a literal approach ignores over 60 references to Jubilee language, Jubilee concepts, and other concepts that have to do with cosmic geography and associated ideas in those chapters, that you can look to the New Testament and you can see how those things play out, again, abstractly. Somebody emailed me after we did that and asked this question. They asked, hey, is there any, all this Jubilee stuff, was the day of Jesus' birth, that September 11th, 3 BC thing, was the day of Jesus' birth a Jubilee year? I went and asked Mantello, again, my astronomer, and he said, no, it wasn't a Jubilee year. But he gave me the math on how to calculate from that date when the Jubilee year fell. And believe it or not, the Jubilee year fell in the year that Jesus began his ministry in the synagogue at Nazareth, when he quotes Isaiah 61, which was really stunning. Again, if you're tracking on, if you're a Jew, I mean, and obviously not every Jew is going to be tracking all this stuff, but if you're an educated, literate Jew, and maybe you've heard the birth traditions or something like that, but certainly if you're toward the end of the 1st century where you have, this information, and you can look back on, you're going to have a couple of the Gospels written there, maybe all of them, I guess all of them by that time, and you have this episode in the synagogue, and you have this citation of Isaiah 1, and the Jewish tradition about the Messiah, and you know what Jesus did, and all this sort of stuff. That kind of thing is really remarkable. That it shows Jesus in all the good sense of the word. Jesus is so calculated. He walks into that synagogue in the Jubilee year, and he takes the scroll and he finds the place. He finds Isaiah 61 and he quotes it, but he doesn't include the day of the Lord stuff. And he just rolls it back up and hands it off, sits down, and says, today, today all this stuff is fulfilled in your hearing. And he knows the range of reactions that's going to draw, in part because of the way people thought about not only Messiah, but Melchizedek. And later on, when whoever wrote the book of Hebrews, when he connects Jesus to Melchizedek, this is all part of a consistent picture. This is not novel when it comes to Jewish thinking. Jews were mentally there. The book of Hebrews is written to a Jewish audience. Okay, they understand because they have these categories in their thinking already. And when you can show what Jesus did theologically, what the result of the crucifixion was, and you can show how, again, in hindsight, how the chronology of his life was intentional in certain ways. We're given certain pieces of information, like the birth. I talk about this in Reversing Herman, like the genealogy. We've got all this material out at this point. When whoever writes Hebrews and writes to that audience, a Jewish audience, who are they're either struggling with their acceptance of Jesus as the Messiah. They're teetering on the edge of doing that, and they're under persecution and all this stuff. These are not random things that the writers pull out because they don't know what else to put on the piece of papyrus or the animal skin. They're building an intelligent profile that shows what Jesus did with intention, how God had this planned, how Jesus acted according to plan, and how it's consistent with their own reading, in many cases, of the Old Testament. It's not novel. The only thing missing for you people is who the second power really was. You have all of the boxes to put these things in. You've got all the file drawers. You understand the concepts. But it wasn't some other guy. It was this guy. It was Jesus of Nazareth who did these things. Here's the playing out of his life chronologically, historically, and here are the theological concepts. Again, the file drawers that you've already got open in your head. You need to believe. In the case of the book of Hebrews, you need to not forsake the faith. You need to not surrender your belief. You need to not drift back into unbelief. And so again, there's just a lot of intentionality going on here. I'm going to stop here because we will pick up some of the thoughts again in our next episode. We focus on the New Testament. We get into the book of Hebrews. But again, the purpose of this episode is to help you to see how, again, what the New Testament says, what you've been taught, what you've heard, probably at some point in preaching, it's not a contrivance. Jews thought these ways about this person, Melchizedek. And hopefully it makes sense to you now how they could get there, how it would make sense to think this way, how they, what dots they would connect to wind up where they did. And again, it works if there's legitimately a second power in heaven who fits this profile. And there was. And that's what we'll get into next time.
More pieces to the puzzle, Mike.
Yeah. More dots, more pieces, more points of the mosaic, whatever metaphor helps.
Absolutely.
or hurts less.
Well, maybe you answered some people's questions out there. And just a quick reminder, don't forget to be gathering your thoughts, because after part 3 airs, you'll have about a week to send me any questions you have, because we're going to do a entire Q&A dedicated to your questions about this subject matter, Melchizedek. So, and also go vote for the next book that we're going to cover, Mike. The poll is live as we speak. I just sit there and hit refresh just to see what the status is.
I shouldn't laugh. I mean, I'll do that a couple times too.
I hear you. All right, Mike. Well, next week we're going to take a break from Melchizedek, and we got an interview lined up. You want to tell us?
Yeah, we have the authors. There's 2 of them of the book "Surviving and Thriving in Seminary: An Academic and Spiritual Handbook." Now, I know the authors, Danny Zacharias and Benjamin Forrest. We're not doing this book because I think everybody who listens to the podcast is going to run out and take a seminary class. We're doing this book because I really like the way it sort of offers really good advice on how to be a good student. And secondarily, again, not because it's less important, just number 2 thought here, how to, again, not maintain your faith while you've got your head in all this academic stuff, even though there's an aspect to that, but just how to be thinking in terms of application. Both Danny and Benjamin have again a mind to serve the layperson with content. This is why we pick the things we do on this podcast. We are interested in promoting the work and the effort, rewarding the effort of people who try to help all of you out there in the audience be good students of Scripture, and then transmit that to somebody else. Apply it to your own life and help people apply it to their life. So this is a nice little handbook. Yeah, it's got seminary in the title, but don't be put off by that. They just have good advice, in both those areas.
Welcome to the Naked Bible Podcast, episode 170, Melchizedek, part 3. I'm the layman, Trey Strickland, and he's the scholar, Dr. Michael Heiser. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Pretty good. We're going to finally wrap up Melchizedek, at least sort of the Q&A anyway.
Absolutely. Well, I'm ready for part 3 if you are.
Sure. Well, let's just start with a summary. I mean, we've been through 3 previous episodes. We had part 1A, part 1B, and then, of course, part 2. 1A and 1B were Old Testament material about Melchizedek, and part 2 was the Second Temple literature that was relevant to Melchizedek. And just by way of summarizing a few points that we hit along the way, we talked about how Melchizedek's name and his title was the King of Salem, or Salem, and the location, of course, of Salem was associated with Jerusalem. That the name and that title sort of associate Melchizedek with kingship, obviously, Jerusalem, again, obvious, righteousness, peace, and of course, priesthood. Those are all sort of ingredients for how the Messiah gets talked about. And so they're factors for what we're going to talk about today with respect to what the New Testament does with Melchizedek in the book of Hebrews in chapter 7. So, there's congruence there. We also talked about how the Aaronic priesthood is cast in Scripture as a concession by God. In other words, it was sort of a plan B because of Moses' unbelief. And we've trodden over this territory before, so I'm not going to make too much of it here. But the priesthood of Melchizedek is a legitimate priesthood. And we will talk a little bit more about that specifically, that idea anyway. It's consistent with what we've already seen, that, hey, even though we have the priesthood of Aaron, the tribe of Levi, and all that sort of stuff, this other priesthood, the priesthood of Melchizedek, was legit. It's not. This isn't what the plan B was. It was the Aaronic line that was the plan B, and Melchizedek again combines kingship and priesthood all into one. And that, as we talked about earlier, was sort of the ideal. And we're going to get that in the Messiah, in the messianic profile. We're going to get both sides, both elements. We also talked about the content matrix. This is a term I've used for sort of all the things that kind of glom on to Melchizedek in terms of theological content. So we've got Melchizedek, who, of course, is associated with Abraham, and Abraham's seed, of course, are the Israelites, and one particular seed is going to be the Messiah. Melchizedek is associated with Elyon, the Most High, which is a term that's also associated with Deuteronomy 32. Again, that term shows up in Deuteronomy 32, the divorce of the nations, and of course, the flip side of that is the reclaiming of the nations, which is something that the Messiah would accomplish. So we have that set of data points in relation to Melchizedek. Melchizedek also, because of his association with Abraham, and if we bring Psalm 110 into the picture, we have an association with David in the Messianic dynasty. So he's associated with both of those major figures. David, again, would himself actually do some priestly things, but not a priestly line. But what God does is associate the Davidic dynasty with the priesthood of Melchizedek, the line of Melchizedek. And so that's why the Messiah gets associated with him. So we've got all these mutual associations. We've got, again, this thing that I refer to as a content matrix, all of these subjects sort of converging when it comes to Melchizedek. So that we have, again, this priest king figure, again, associated with Jerusalem as well. And it is, again, just kind of an obvious profile. We have this combination of things we said earlier was consistent with kind of the Edenic ideal as well. Think of Adam. We have the original Edenic king in Adam. And we call him king because he was the one who was supposed to subdue the earth. He was supposed to rule the earth on God's behalf. And this is what the covenantal language associated with Adam says. His status also made him sort of a mediator on earth between God and the rest of humanity, his own descendants. Again, that was the original profile. That idea of combining rulership and mediation in one person continues through the patriarchs all the way up to Moses. Melchizedek becomes part of that profile, again, because of the incident with Abraham. But when you get to Moses, it splits. Again, the Aaronic priesthood is a concession. It's plan B. It's something that has to operate, in the background or alongside because of Moses' unbelief. So all of those things are important, when we come to, again, how to think about Melchizedek. The last element that I should mention, though, is that at no point in the Old Testament material do we get any impression that Melchizedek was a divine being. He's a human being. He's a priest. He's a king. I made the comment in a previous episode that he was the chief royal and priestly representative of the Most High God. That idea is actually going to become important for what we talk about today, really in explaining how in the world certain Jews during the Second Temple period began to view Melchizedek as a divine being. But again, the point at this juncture right here is the Old Testament itself doesn't really say that. It doesn't really call Melchizedek a divine being. But the fact that he is this main chief royal and priestly representative of the Most High God, again, in theory, between the Most High God and not just Abraham, but just generally, that is a significant idea, but it sort of gets misapplied or thought about incorrectly by some in the Second Temple period. Now, we know in the New Testament, which is what we're going to get into today, that Jesus and Melchizedek are going to be compared. But I'm going to argue, again, that the point of the comparison is to compare Melchizedek to Jesus, not Jesus to Melchizedek, and that this is going to be why we get some of this divine being sort of language, and really how to parse it so that it's consistent with the Old Testament. Because again, the Old Testament does not have Melchizedek as a divine being. Now, in order to sort of straighten this out and both talk about why this error was sort of made, at least by certain Jewish writers, as a way to both deal with that and then segue into what the New Testament actually does, we need to camp for a few minutes at least on how Second Temple Jewish writers sort of made this association, how they came to see Melchizedek as a divine being. So how did this happen? How does that trajectory occur? Well, there's really sort of two things we need to be thinking about in tandem. One is the fact that Melchizedek, by virtue of his role as priest and king, again, and his relationship to this scene with Abraham, Melchizedek is sort of thought about because of that stuff as being the chief representative of Israel before God. And we could see how that would happen. This chief priest, chief king, the main priestly figure, the main dynastic ruler figure. Well, naturally, if he is that in God's eyes, then he would sort of be thought of as the chief representative of Israel to God and before God. Now, once that association is sort of entrenched in your head, that Melchizedek represents Israel before God as its king and priest figure, then another association gets factored into it. And here's where the problem happens. And that is, there is the prince language of the Old Testament. This association of priest, king with prince language, prince of Israel language, is how Melchizedek becomes a divine being in the minds of certain Second Temple Jews. Now, we need to unpack that. Here's how it's done. There are certain passages that use Prince of Israel language. Daniel 10:21. Who is Israel's prince in Daniel 10:21? Well, it's Michael. It's the archangel Michael. Now, Michael, of course, isn't called an archangel in the Old Testament. He gets that title in the New Testament and also in the Second Temple period. But Israel's prince is Michael in Daniel 10:21. You get the same idea in Daniel 12:1, where Michael is the great prince who has charge of your people. Again, angels speaking to Daniel. So there you have Michael is the great prince of the people of Israel. And so mentally, there were certain Jews that said, okay, Michael is the prince of Israel. And Melchizedek is the chief priestly representative and the chief royal ruling representative. That this must be the same way, three different ways of talking about the same person. And so Michael becomes Melchizedek. There's another verse that gets factored into this, and this is in Joshua 5:14, where we have the prince of Yahweh's host. Some translations in English will have the captain of the Lord's host, or the commander of the Lord's host, or the commander of the Lord's armies, something like that. And this is clearly in Joshua 5, this is clearly a divine being, because when Joshua asks, hey, who are you? He says, well, I'm the prince, I'm the Sar. It's the same word as in Daniel 10 and Daniel 12, of Yahweh's host. Take off your shoes, from on your feet, because this is holy ground. It takes you mentally back to Exodus 3, the burning bush, where we have the angel of the Lord. So this is how, this sort of concatenation of ideas happens. You have this notion that because Melchizedek is the chief prince and priestly figure, the chief representative to God, not just to Abraham, but to the people of Israel, that chief representation idea gets merged or glommed onto or conflated with the language of the prince of Israel that occurs a couple times in Daniel 10 and Daniel 12. And so that's how Melchizedek and Michael sort of get fused or united in the mind, again, of some interpreters in antiquity, and also, to be fair, some interpreters nowadays. Now, do you see the problematic assumption, though? Do you see what the problem is if you think that way? The figure in Joshua 5 is the prince of the Lord's host. He's the prince of the heavenly host. Whereas Michael in Daniel 10, Daniel 12, is the prince of Israel, which is earthly. They're actually talking about two different things, but nevertheless, they get conflated as though it was the same thing. And that's the problem. That's the mistake. You cannot presume the figure of Joshua 5 and Michael are the same just because they're both called prince. But some ancient Jewish interpreters did, and some modern interpreters do as well now. Now, the identification of the figure of Joshua 5 and Michael is also marred or messed up by the description of Michael in Daniel 10:13. Here's why it's wrong. Here's why this association cannot be the case. On one hand, they're princes of different things. There's a disconnect. Joshua 5, that is the prince of Yahweh's host, his heavenly host. And Daniel 10, Daniel 12, Michael is the prince of Israel, which is an earthly people. So you have that disconnect, but there's another problem. That's Daniel 10:13, the way Michael's described there. Michael is described as one of the chief princes in Daniel 10:13. Now, if Michael is the prince, the commander of Yahweh's host in Joshua 5, if he's that guy, then that commander is but one of the commanders of Yahweh's host, because Michael is just one of the chief princes. So any of those other chief princes that aren't named could have been the captain, the commander of Yahweh's host back in Joshua 5. It just doesn't work. You don't have Michael elevated to a unique position. He's just one of a small group for sure. But if he's one of the chief princes, then the guy back in Joshua 5 and by extension the one in the burning bush is just one of several that hold that position, have that high status. And if that figure is just one of several princes, then you could have had any number, again, at least more than one divine being occupying space with Yahweh in the burning bush. And that is just not the way that the angel of Yahweh is portrayed in the Old Testament. So that's actually a significant problem. Having Daniel's 10:13 tell us that Michael is just one of the chief princes, and he's not, this unique status by himself. Michael is clearly, put it another way, he's clearly not the highest authority in the heavenly sphere. He assists the divine man, quote unquote, who speaks to Daniel in Daniel 10:13, Daniel 10:21. And again, he's just one of the chief princes. Now that divine man, just a little bit of a rabbit trail here, the divine man back in Daniel, who's speaking to Daniel, I think is the prince of the host from Daniel 8:11, and also the prince of princes in Daniel 8:25. And that guy is not Michael. He ain't Michael. That figure outranks Michael, who is just one of the chief princes. And again, the prince not of the whole heavenly host, but he's the prince of Israel. The prince of the host, again, the whole heavenly host of Daniel 8:11, again, is not Michael. And frankly, that prince, the prince of the host, the prince of princes, Daniel 8:11, Daniel 8:25, that guy sounds an awful lot like the guy back in Joshua 5, who is the prince of Yahweh's heavenly host, Yahweh's army. So to sum that up, again, to try to summarize all that, Michael is not the highest authority in heaven under God. He is not the second Yahweh. The second Yahweh figure outranks him. And if that's the case, then Jesus, who is aligned with the angel of Yahweh, who is the second embodied Yahweh, cannot be Michael. And I know, like traditions like Seventh-day Adventists want to fuse Jesus and Michael. There are significant problems to it, especially Daniel 10:13. Michael is just one of the chief princes. I'm sorry, but Jesus is unique. The second Yahweh is unique because he is Yahweh. And I realize I'm using unseen realm lingo here. If you're new to the podcast, you need to go back and read Unseen Realm. You need to, the chapters on the word and the angel and the name and all that stuff, because this is where the idea of two Yahweh figures, comes in. This is the Old Testament basis for the later Jewish teaching of two powers in heaven, two good guys, one of which was the lesser Yahweh. Okay, you have that figure, and that is not Michael, and so you have some significant disconnects. And to sort of marry Melchizedek to Michael kind of compounds the problem. You don't need Melchizedek to be Michael or any other divine being to make sense of what the New Testament says about Jesus and Melchizedek. You just don't need it. But a lot of people sort of go down this road because they're thinking, based on what they read in Hebrews 7, that we have to have Melchizedek be a divine being, or else Hebrews 7 is wrong, or there's something going on there. And so, well, who could Melchizedek be that's a divine being? And some people will land on Michael like they did in the ancient world. And then you've got significant problems, because then you've got the captain of the Lord's host back in Joshua 5 being just one of several equal guys in heaven. And then you got real problems when you have to import that back into the burning bush with the angel of the Lord, because the same language, take your shoes off, from off your feet because you're standing on holy ground, the same language is used in both places. So when you try to unite these things, really on the basis of the word prince, okay, you've got problems. So where I'm at here is Michael is different than Melchizedek. Michael is different, okay, than the prince of the host and the prince of princes. Michael is just what the scripture says he is. He's the prince of Israel. He is never called the prince of Yahweh's host, the whole thing. He is not the prince over the whole host. He is the prince of Israel. That's what he's called. So let's not conflate these figures, and we can avoid some, serious theological problems. And then going back to Melchizedek, to repeat what I just said, you don't need Melchizedek to be a divine being in the Old Testament to have Hebrews 7 make sense. And that's where we're going to go now. Again, this is an episode that we need to orient to the New Testament, and the two passages are the end of Hebrews 6 and on into Hebrews 7. So let's read those. I'm going to read Hebrews 6:13 through 20, which says this: For when God made a promise to Abraham, since he had no one greater by whom to swear, he swore by himself, saying, Surely I will bless you and multiply you. And thus Abraham, having waited patiently, obtained the promise. For people swear by something greater than themselves, and in all their disputes an oath is final for confirmation. So when God desired to show more convincingly to the heirs of the promise the unchangeable character of his purpose, he guaranteed it with an oath, so that by two unchangeable things in which it is impossible for God to lie, we who have fled for refuge might have strong encouragement to hold fast the hope set before us. We have this as a sure and steadfast anchor of the soul, a hope that enters into the inner place behind the curtain, where Jesus has gone as a forerunner on our behalf, having become a high priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. Now on into Hebrews 7, starting with verse 1. For this Melchizedek, king of Salem or Salem, priest of the Most High God, met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him. And to him Abraham apportioned a tenth part of everything. He is first, by translation of his name, King of Righteousness. And then he is also King of Salem, that is, King of Peace. He is without father or mother or genealogy, having neither beginning of days nor end of life, but resembling the Son of God, he continues a priest forever. See how great this man was to whom Abraham the patriarch gave a tenth of the spoils. Now I'm going to stop there, in part because, again, it looks like we're going to be doing Hebrews, going through the whole book of Hebrews on the podcast. I want to focus on the language here used about Jesus and Melchizedek for this particular episode, because, frankly, this is really what the episode is about. There are two interpretive options in scholarship for what I just read. We can either take what I just read literally, or we can look at it allegorically, okay, or analogically might be a better way to say it. And I'm going to just read a few excerpts from some commentaries here, just so that you see the difference between those two options. So the first one here is from Peter O'Brien, his commentary, The Letter to the Hebrews, in the Pillar New Testament Commentary series. He writes, "These remarkable words have been understood in two significantly different ways. The first approach interprets 'without father or mother' as divine predicates, which were well known in Hellenistic sources. 'Without genealogy' signifies unbegotten or uncreated, and therefore of divine generation, while the crucial statement 'without beginning of days or end of life' means that he was truly God and not merely a divinized mortal. On this view, Melchizedek is a divine figure, a heavenly being who is not part of this world." So again, that's one way, that's the end of the quotation. That's one way you can read this material in Hebrews 7. Of course, the problem is there's no hint of any of that in the Old Testament. Second Temple, you run into it, here and there, like 11Q Melchizedek. But if you remember the episode we did on the Second Temple period, there were other Second Temple writers that didn't think Melchizedek was divine at all. So they just cast him as a normal guy. So there was a difference of opinion there. But again, if you can read Hebrews 7 that way. Now, picking up with O'Brien again, here's the second way you can read it. The second approach takes the author's statements as an example of an argument from silence in a typological setting. Let me just break in here. So now we're talking about typology here. And again, for those who may not recall or don't know, a type is a nonverbal prophecy. It is something in the Old Testament, a person, an event, an institution that foreshadows or prefigures something yet to come. It's an analogy to something yet to come. Back to Lane's quotation. I'll just start from where I was at. The second approach takes the author's statements as an example of an argument from silence in a typological setting. If the first clause, quote, "without father or mother, without genealogy," unquote, is understood in purely human terms within a Greco-Roman context, then this would discredit Melchizedek. Without father meant being considered illegitimate. Someone without a mother was the child of a woman of low social status. And without genealogy meant that one was disqualified from being a Levitical priest, according to Numbers 3, verse 10 and verses 15 and 16. So that's the end of the quotation. What do we do with this? Because neither alternative seems really that great. The keys to unraveling this passage, the end of Hebrews 6 and Hebrews 7, without disrespecting Melchizedek, without making him an illegitimate, kid or something like that, but yet also honoring the fact that the Old Testament does not cast him as a divine being. The keys to sort of navigating this, there's really two things. Let's just start with the first one, again, in my view, and those are the words "without genealogy." That's an important qualifier because the point would be priestly qualification. Okay, not having a genealogy does not refer to a supernatural nature of Melchizedek. Okay, that he had no parentage or something like that. We'll get to the other phrasing here. But without genealogy refers to the lack of a priestly qualification. Now, O'Brien, back to him, says this: although Melchizedek could not have qualified for the Levitical priesthood, okay, he wasn't, a Levitical. There was no tribe of Levi. Okay, this is Abraham's time. Melchizedek could not have qualified for the Levitical priesthood. He was still priest of God Most High. And Abraham recognized this. Moreover, since Genesis says nothing about Melchizedek's birth or death, his priesthood is cast as having no beginning or end. It was a divinely appointed priesthood that never ended. So you see the point here. You can take the language and say, oh, this refers to Melchizedek's origin as a human being. Well, he's not really human because he didn't have parents. He's a divine being. No, I mean, you can take it that way, but what O'Brien is saying, and again, where I'm landing, is that no, this description refers to a priesthood God created that has no beginning other than when God had Abraham, encounter this meeting. It had no genealogical beginning. It isn't rooted in parentage. It isn't rooted in tribal affiliation. It is a priesthood because God says it is. It has nothing to do with human origin or human lineage or human tribal affiliation. And that is the point. When we get this description about having no father or no mother, the point is not to claim that Melchizedek is a supernatural being. The point is to claim that he doesn't have a genealogy that fits the priesthood, and it doesn't matter. He is a priest of the Most High God because God said so. God approved of him. It had nothing to do with his birth circumstances at all. And not only that, by not giving us the father and the mother, by casting it this way, this is, O'Brien's point, by casting it this way, it creates the implication, it suggests that this priesthood has no end to it. If it's not linked to human lineage, then by definition, it's not going to be terminated when that tribal lineage dies or that tribal lineage can't be determined by whatever historical circumstance. It's independent of that. So again, if you read it that way, again, you sort of avoid some of the other problems, and it makes sense in its context. Now, again, if I would summarize this in my way, again, this is me talking here, just by way of summary. The implication is that Melchizedek was still the priest of the Most High, regardless of ancestry. That's the fundamental point. There's no need to worry about Jesus, therefore, not being from the tribe of Levi and still being called a priest. This is a different priesthood, approved by God, one that is cast the way it is because it didn't originate with a tribe, and it's never described as having ended. The Old Testament is silent on Melchizedek's lineage and parentage for that reason. Again, this is the argument. It's silent on his mother and father because his priesthood does not depend on human lineage or tribal affiliation. It is not silent so that we can claim that or think that Melchizedek was a divine being. Now, as such, the physical succession to Jesus of Nazareth is not an issue. We don't even have to have Melchizedek related to Jesus to make the connection with Melchizedek legitimate. It doesn't matter because God has chosen this priesthood. That's why in Psalm 110, when God says to the dynasty of David, you're going to be a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek, God just decided that. That's God's decision. I'm going to make you son of David dynastic offspring. I'm going to make you a king, but I'm also going to make you a priest. And I'm going to select for the analogy for the legitimacy of your priesthood, this guy Melchizedek, because his priesthood was something I decided. It had nothing to do with physical lineage. So don't worry about it. You are a king and a priest. These are God's decisions. And what it really tells you, in my mind anyway, it really does speak again to the issue that the Aaronic priesthood was sort of an afterthought or a plan B or a concession because of Moses' unbelief. God doesn't let that defeat his template, his ideal, going back to Adam, where you have king and priest in one person. That is still what God wants, regardless of the fact that he made a concession to Moses because Moses just couldn't believe and said, okay, we'll make Aaron, your spokesperson. And, Aaron becomes the high priest. God was merciful to Moses. And that's where we get the Aaronic priesthood. God doesn't need to stick with plan B to get what God wants. God goes back to the order of Melchizedek to merge the office of king and priest into one. Again, God's allowed to do that because he's God. He endorses what he endorses. So we don't need to worry about questions of physical succession for Jesus to Melchizedek or anything like that. This whole thing was dictated by God alone. The silence of the Old Testament creates the impression deliberately that Melchizedek did not inherit his priestly service from a predecessor, and he remained a priest without a successor. His priestly line, in God's mind, is still in place and legitimate. It doesn't depend on a predecessor or a successor. And that's why the Old Testament is silent on Melchizedek's lineage. That's why the writer of Hebrews 7 says, without father or mother, having no genealogy. That's the point. The point is not to paint him as a supernatural being. Now back to O'Brien, just another little snippet from him. He says, consequently, Melchizedek foreshadows the priesthood of Christ at that point where it is most fundamentally different from the Levitical priesthood. In other words, it is a priesthood not dependent on tribal lineage. And end of quote. So that, I think, is the first thing that really helps unravel what's going on in Hebrews 7 without making Melchizedek into something he's not. He's not a divine being, and he's not an illegitimate child either. This is how we need to approach it and read it, and it makes good sense. The second item in Hebrews 7 is in verse 3. There's a phrase in verse 3 where we read that resembling the Son of God, he, Melchizedek, becomes a priest forever. Now note the wording. It is Melchizedek who resembles the Son of God. The point is not that Jesus resembles Melchizedek. And because Melchizedek resembles Jesus, his priesthood, Melchizedek's priesthood, is to be understood as being independent of lineage. Again, it's just another way of arguing the same thing. His priesthood is one begun by God and never terminated. And so while Second Temple texts thought about Melchizedek in divine terms, and the reason for doing so was wrong, it was just misguided, the notion is still valid if one sees how the Messiah was a priest according to Melchizedek's priesthood, and that the Messiah, not Melchizedek, was the one who was divine. In other words, the idea that Melchizedek has something to do with a divine Messiah, there's some relationship between Melchizedek and a divine Messiah, that's on target, but not because Melchizedek himself was more than a man. It's on target because Jesus, the son of David, was more than a man. Now, again, that's sort of flipping it on its head, but I'm hoping, again, that you see the coherence of approaching it this way. A different commentator here, Lane, in his Word Biblical Commentary on Hebrews, he talks about a little bit about some of the finer grammatical points in Hebrews 7. And for those of you who have a little bit of knowledge of Greek, I think you'll appreciate this. Lane notes, quote, "The events in Genesis have been read from the perspective of the eschatological reality they prefigured. Melchizedek has been assimilated to the Son of God." This is me breaking in now. Again, it's not that Jesus gets assimilated to Melchizedek. It's that Melchizedek gets assimilated to Jesus. Okay, back to Lane. This implies that the predicates applied to Melchizedek have been colored by the writer's conception of the eternal Son, Jesus. That explains why the description of Melchizedek in verse 3 appears singularly stylized. The perfect passive participle, and the Greek here is apho moi omenos, is a divine passive. This is me breaking in now. That's a grammatical term that some commentators use, okay? The perfect passive participle is a divine passive, translated having resembled, more literally. Having resembled the Son of God, having been made by God to resemble the Son of God. The term presupposes God's appointment of Melchizedek as an illustration. I actually like the word a foreshadowing or a type, an illustration of the higher priesthood that the writer finds in the Old Testament record. The Genesis 14 narrative thus implies the kind of priesthood that was intended by God to displace the Levitical priesthood, namely the service of an eternal priest who exercises his priesthood continuously. It anticipates the appearance of a high priest who does not have any successor because he doesn't require one, unquote. And again, this is what the writer of Hebrews sees. He's looking at Jesus first, and then he's thinking about Melchizedek. He's not looking at Melchizedek and then thinking about Jesus. So we need to be careful, again, how we articulate this, how we read it and articulate it. The point, again, is that Melchizedek was made by God to resemble the Son of God who would come down the road. Melchizedek is a type, a prefigurement of the Son of God who would come. This doesn't require Melchizedek be divine any more than we have to see Adam as a divine being, because he functions as a type, a prefigurement of Jesus in Romans 5. Remember Romans 5? Jesus and, the first and second Adam, all that talk. Well, Adam wasn't a divine being. He was a human. Okay, but Adam is a type of Christ. Adam doesn't need to be divine to function as a type of Christ. Well, neither does Melchizedek. Melchizedek was not a divine being in the Old Testament, and he doesn't need to be to do the job of prefiguring the Son of God, who would be an eternal priest, an eternal mediator between God and men. Okay, the writer of Hebrews is thinking about Jesus in those terms, and his mind is taken back to Melchizedek, not the other way around. So the part about Abraham paying tithes to Melchizedek, I think validates the point. This Melchizedek was a legitimate priest of the Most High who deserved the tithe just like Levi would later. He preceded Levi, and his priesthood didn't extend from tribal lineage and never met an end. It coexisted once the Levitical priesthood appeared. It never went away. And the fact that it did, again, suggests that the Aaronic priesthood was a concession. Now, lastly, had any reader of Hebrews in antiquity known the chronology of Jesus' birth, and we've talked about this a lot on the podcast, I think this point about his priesthood being transcendent to Levi would have been driven home even more. That Jesus was the one to bring atonement and set the captives free by means of the connection of those ideas to the Jubilee cycle would have been highlighted by God's eternal foresight and use of Melchizedek to foreshadow someone who would be both the son of David and a priestly mediator considered by God to be superior to the line of Aaron. Now, how does that work? And what about the birth? Well, for this, you need to be familiar with, again, my position. This is not just my position, but my position that Jesus was born on September 11th in 3 BC. Now, we devoted a whole podcast episode to that. It's episode number 138 as to why that's the case, and we provided newsletter subscribers anyway. So please subscribe to the newsletter, and you get access to this. We provided newsletter subscribers with scholarly literature that validate that this position is not a contradiction. It's not irreconcilable with Herod's death. There's a way to do the chronology there so that it works based on Herodian coins and a few other things that are problems in Josephus that other scholars have tackled in the peer-reviewed literature. So if you want that stuff, subscribe to the newsletter, you'll get it. Go back and listen to episode 138. So given that little bit of context, after the second Ezekiel 40 through 48 podcast that we did, that was about me arguing really that the temple vision there should be viewed as viewed non-literally to get our heads inside the Jubilee idea, because there are 60 references to Jubilee stuff in Ezekiel 40 through 48, 60 of them, actually a little over 60. That's not an accident, folks. When you do it that many times, there's something going on there. There are over 60 links between the idealized temple and the Jubilee cycle idea. After we did that episode, I got a question from Matthew in California that asked whether 3 BC, again, the birth year of Jesus, was a Jubilee year. Now, the idea he was angling for was that the birth of Jesus would have marked the Jubilee cycle. So what I did was I asked my astronomer friend, and for those of you who read my fiction, this is my Mantello character. I asked my astronomer friend about it and got back a really, really interesting answer. Okay, so here's part of his answer. He wrote, the year from 2 BC to 1 BC would have been a sabbatical year. The year 27 to 28 CE, or that's another way to mark AD, was also a sabbatical year and a Jubilee year, which means the birth year could not be a Jubilee year. So that was the answer to Matthew's question in California, and I sent that to him. But my source, my astronomer, continues. He says, the 27-28 CE or AD period, the Jubilee period, coincides with the beginning of Jesus' ministry, which was inaugurated at the event in the synagogue at Nazareth in Luke 4:14 through 16, and even a little bit more beyond that. This is where Jesus quotes Isaiah 61 about the Jubilee language being fulfilled today in your hearing. That's what Jesus said. Today, today in your hearing, this passage has been fulfilled. Now, there's some variability here. Some scholars, this is me talking now, some scholars, namely Trokme and Yoder, have the Jubilee year at 27 or 26 as opposed to 28, 27. Jesus' inaugural sermon would have probably have begun either in 26 or 27. Let's just put it in either one of those years. We'll overlap both those figures, because at any rate, either of those dates align with a 3 BC birth and the statement in Luke 3:23, where Jesus, when he began his ministry, was, quote, about 30 years of age. So it aligns actually pretty nicely. Now think about the implications. Jesus walks into the synagogue in Nazareth to launch his ministry in a Jubilee year. He knows it's a Jubilee year. Then he quotes Isaiah 61 as stopping at Isaiah 61, verse 2, the first part of the verse. This is one of the passages that was central to 11Q Melchizedek. We talked about this in our last Melchizedek episode. They viewed 11Q Melchizedek, the writer there, viewed the coming of the Messiah was the coming of the Elohim of Psalm 82, who was about to set the captives free in fulfillment of the Jubilee idea. They read all of that. They read Psalm 82. If you remember the 11Q Melchizedek stuff, it gets into the war of gods and men and the allotment of the lot of Belial and the lot of Melchizedek, the good guys and the bad guys having this great conflict. Again, because the Messiah is supposed to set the captives free, set the nation free. That requires conquest and overthrow of their overlords. So they're processing the whole thing militarily. They process Psalm 82, Isaiah 61, all that through the vengeance, of God. But that's actually where Jesus stopped. Let me just read you. Let me just go to Isaiah 61 to get our memories refreshed. Here's Isaiah 61. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me. And this is the passage Jesus reads. And as he inaugurates, he begins his ministry. Because the Lord has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to those who are bound, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. And that's where he stops. The very next line is, and the day of vengeance of our God. And that's what Jews of the period had in their head. But Jesus actually stops. He doesn't quote that part of Isaiah 61. Why? Because what he's there for, his liberation of the captives, is wider and frankly more significant than military conquest. Humanity was to be liberated from spiritual darkness and estrangement from God because of what he was going to do. He quotes this passage, but excludes the day of vengeance of our God, because what he's thinking about is much bigger than that. So now think about all of that and what we said earlier about the content matrix with Melchizedek. You have Melchizedek, he blesses Abraham, he blesses Abraham's seed, he is priest of Elyon, the Most High. The Most High God was the one who disinherited the nations in Deuteronomy 32. This particular seed of Abraham, Jesus, son of Abraham, also son of David, was the one who would reclaim those nations. Because he was also the son of David, the son of Abraham. Remember that the passages we read in the Old Testament sections about how these references to the scepter by virtue of Psalm 110, the scepter not departing, from the king. And I mean, he's the son of Abraham, he's the son of David, he's a king and a priest. He gets associated with Melchizedek, who was also a king and a priest. And Melchizedek was the king of Jerusalem, the priest of Jerusalem. So there you get the Zion association there, all that together. Again, this is what the Messiah, the Messianic dynasty, was supposed to be. Jesus was a high priest, a mediator, and a king. He's the mediator according to Melchizedek's priesthood, the king according to the dynasty of David. He is the mediator between humanity and the Most High. He was the specific seed of Abraham who would reclaim the nations for the Most High. He was the son of David, whom Psalm 89 verse 27 said would be made the Most High Son of David over the nations. In his ministry, all of that's who he is. And it all began, the enactment of who he was and what it meant, all began in Nazareth in a Jubilee year. Again, with Jesus quoting Isaiah 61. Now, that sort of planning, that sort of having all those threads converge and come together in this person, Jesus of Nazareth, if people were aware of that or even part of it, they're going to be looking at Jesus just like the writer of Hebrews did. This guy is superior in every way to the line of Aaron and the tribe of Levi. His dynasty was promised, again, to be an eternal dynasty and a never-ending dynasty. In other words, it's not going to be terminated. And his priesthood is also never-ending because he is a priest after the order of Melchizedek by God's own decision. And that priesthood had no predecessor and no successor. And again, you look at all of these circumstances, all of these threads converging. Again, if we had these things in our head, we would look at Jesus just the way the writer of Hebrews did, like I just said, that this is something greater, far greater, both in terms of who he was and God's unbelievably magnificent planning to bring all this together. This one is greater and represents a greater truth than Aaron and the law and the ritual and the priesthood of Levi. There's just no comparison. And that's really the fundamental point in Hebrews 7 about Jesus and his relationship to Melchizedek.
All right, Mike. Well, that's a lot of Melchizedek.
Yeah, there's more in Hebrews 7 again to talk about.
All right, sounds good, Mike. We'll be looking forward to that Q&A. And I guess with that, I just want to thank everybody for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. God bless.
Thanks for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, visit www.nakedbibleblog.com. To learn more about Dr. Heiser's other websites and blogs, go to www.drmsh.com. The following is a conversation with Diana Walsh Pasulka, a professor of philosophy and religion at UNCW and author of American Cosmic, UFOs, Religion, and Technology. This book is one of the most fascinating explorations of the interconnected nature of technology, belief, and the mystery of alien intelligence. Quick mention of our sponsors: Element Electrolyte Drink, Grammarly Writing Plugin, Business Wars Podcast, and Cash App. So the choice is health, grammar, knowledge, or money. Choose wisely, my friends. And if you wish, click the sponsor links below to get a discount and to support this podcast. As a side note, let me say, as I did in the recent video on how many intelligent alien civilizations are out there, that the nature of alien life, intelligence, and how they might communicate with us humans is likely stranger than we imagine, and perhaps stranger than we can imagine. What is most fascinating to me is how the belief in the communication with such civilizations changes people's understanding of the world and, as Diana argues, the technology we create. Technological innovation itself seems to manifest the mythology in our collective intelligence that turns the seemingly impossible into reality in just a matter of years through the belief of individual humans that carry out that innovation. The nature and power of this belief in both technology and extraterrestrial intelligence is mysterious and fascinating, perhaps holding the key to us humans understanding our own mind, our consciousness, and engineering versions of it in the machines we create. If you enjoy this thing, subscribe on YouTube, review it on Apple Podcast, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, here's my conversation with Diana Walsh Pasulka. You are a scholar of religious belief or belief in general. So the fascinating question, what do you think is the difference between our beliefs and objective reality? What is real, period?
Sure. What is real? Easy question. So first, let me start with belief. So belief is generally, there are different definitions of belief, just as there are different definitions of what is real. Okay. So for belief in my field, it would be attitudes toward something that dictate our actions. Okay. So we believe the sun is going to rise tomorrow. Therefore, we act as if it will rise tomorrow. All right. Beliefs can be wrong. For a long time, people believed, and actually some still do, that the earth was flat. Okay. Well, that's obviously an erroneous belief. So beliefs can be wrong. Now, the bigger question that philosophers ask is, is this belief accurate toward what we consider to be objective reality? So now let me go to objective reality. So what is real? I don't think we can actually obtain a correct understanding of what is real. And in that sense, I have to refer to a philosopher again, and that would be Immanuel Kant. So Immanuel Kant is one of he was basically in the 1750s, he wrote critiques of reason and things like that. So he's if you're a philosopher or have any kind of understanding of Western history, you know who he is. He had this idea that we can actually never get to the thing in itself. Okay. So, and he called that the noumenal, the thing in itself. He said, let's take this table, for instance, that you and I are talking across. So this thing is a table. You and I both know that. We assume it's real. We believe in it because we put our water on it and then our water stays on it. Okay. However, can we know this thing? in and of itself as a table. So that would be what he then would call the phenomenal. How do we know that that phenomena exists as we know it is? Okay, how do we know? We use our faculties, so we use our senses and things like that. But again, even our senses can be wrong. So I've been on committees just recently, this year, last year, for hiring professors in my department who are philosophers, and we're hiring metaphysicians and people who are thinking about the nature of reality. And basically what I've learned
so
from
great.
them, yeah, they're very
I'd love to attend those faculty talks of metaphysics professors.
What's funny
That's
is
so
that
great.
for each one of them, I'm convinced each time. They all say different things, but they're so convincing. I'm like, yes, hire that one, right?
Is it like historical philosophy, like a
No,
particular topic?
no.
Or
What
do
they
they have?
do, no,
They have an actual belief. They're practicing metaphysicians.
metaphysicians. Yes. So what they do is they come, and they're usually excellent philosophers from Harvard or USC or whatever. They come and they give what's called a job talk. That's what every academic does, a job talk in order to get it. They talk to us about a department, about what they do. And so it so happens that we need a metaphysician, and now we're hiring again for one. And so I've learned a lot about metaphysics in the last year, and this is what I've learned: that they use physics as a basis for understanding what we can know about what is real, and what is real is really difficult to pin down. And so your question is, what is belief? Well, belief, does it correspond to reality? That's the question I would ask. And first, we don't even know what is real. So the table, they would say, how do we know that the table even exists? Well, how do we differentiate it from the floor, for example? So these are the questions that philosophers are asking. No one else is, of course, but philosophers are asking these questions, and they have different answers for it. So I would say that it's very difficult to know what is real. And in fact, what I do usually is I paraphrase my friend and colleague, Brother Guy Consolmagno. He's a Jesuit priest who's also an astronomer, and he's the director of the Vatican Observatory. And so he says this. He's a very smart person. He says, well, truth is a moving target. So basically, to know what is real out there, like gravity or something like that, you've got to approximate it. And as human beings, we have senses to tell us what, at least so we don't get hurt. We're not going to fall off a building or something like that. We have eyes to see and things like that. So we can approximate what reality is, but we're never going to get to it unless we develop better senses. Okay. And I think that is what we are in the process of doing. We're developing better senses. We have telescopes, we have microscopes, we have, extensions of ourselves, which are now called technology. And we can get to a better understanding of what reality is and what the objective world is. And therefore our beliefs can be honed. So we can get better beliefs, more accurate beliefs. But can we get beliefs that actually correspond to reality? Not in any precise way, but in approximate ways. So I hope that's not like too big an answer to your question.
Well, do you think beliefs are in themselves can become reality? I mean, so you've now adapted in this little bit of a conversation, adapted the metaphysician view of reality, which is the physics.
Yes.
But, we humans kind of operate in the space of ideas, very much so. Like we've kind of, in the collective intelligence of human beings, have come up with a set of ideas that persist in the minds of these many people, and they become quite strong and powerful. Like in terms of like impact on our lives, they can have sometimes more impact than this table does, than the physics.
Yeah, I agree.
And in that sense, is there some sense in which our beliefs are reality, even if they're not
yes,
connected to
absolutely.
the physics?
Yes, even if
that
they're not
reality?
real. Yeah, even if okay. So yes, absolutely. So our beliefs are tremendously they create social effects. Absolutely. There was a belief that I'm going to use this example. There was a belief back in the day, and we're talking about, when I say back in the day, I'm a historian, so I'm talking about like 1,000 years ago, right? That women had no souls. Okay, so look, I don't know if human beings have souls. I can tell you this though, that if human beings have souls, probably animals do too. That's my own personal belief. That's not a professor belief there. But there was this belief among the Catholic magisterium, which runs Europe, that women had no souls. So they had to have this big meeting about it. Did women have souls? But that belief had consequences for women. I mean, women were treated and have been treated as if they didn't have souls. Okay, so
and the soul was really the essence of the human being.
It was. It's called the animus, right? It's what is the essence of what is. It's eternal. When women weren't eternal. Here's another example. Okay, this is an example from my own research. All right, so there in the Catholic tradition, there's this idea of purgatory, hell, and heaven, and these are 3 destinations that people can go to when they die. And if you're great, you go to heaven automatically and you're considered a saint. If you're okay, you go to purgatory, right? And you suffer for a time and then get back into heaven. If you're terrible, you go to hell, right? Okay.
Yep.
Well, there was a place that the Catholics determined, and this was a belief for a long time, like 1,000 years or more. And it was called limbo. All right. And limbo comes from the Latin limbus, and it means edge. And it was either on the edge of hell or on the edge of heaven. No one really could determine which it was. No historians are like, well, this person says it was on the edge of heaven. Well, listen, this was a terrible, first of all, there is no limbo anymore. In 2007, Benedict, the then Pope, got rid of the idea that there was limbo. Okay, so Catholics kind of went crazy because they didn't really know. They forgot that limbo existed and they thought it was purgatory.
Yeah.
And they said, how could you get rid of purgatory? But actually, he just got rid of this idea of limbo.
Oh, so that's a distinct thing from purgatory.
It was.
And
it
by
was
the
like
way, people should know they have a book on purgatory that came before.
American Cosmic. Yes, I wrote a book on purgatory. Yeah.
Anyway, so limbo is a distinct thing from purgatory.
Yeah, and the types of people who go to limbo happen to be virtuous pagans, okay, like Socrates or somebody like that, and children who weren't baptized. So think of this. Think of for like more than 1,000 years, mothers and fathers gave birth to babies who weren't baptized and couldn't be buried with their family in these burial. They couldn't be reunited with them in heaven. Think of the pain and suffering that caused, and that was nothing.
Yeah.
Limbo's nothing. Yet the belief in it caused untold suffering, and that's just a small example.
And that was as real to them.
It was absolutely real.
As
I mean, the
anything
effects
else.
were real. Let's put it that way. The place itself, not real.
But the families themselves, do you think they really believed it?
They totally believed it.
As much as the table is real?
Yes. I've read, but listen, we have trigger warnings today, right? So don't read this. It's going to make you upset. Okay. Yeah. History, primary sources, no trigger warnings. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going through somebody's diary from 1400 and you hear the suffering and pain that they went through. There were times in my research where I'd have to put my primary source down, and just basically go outside and take a walk because it was so horrific. I knew it was true because they wouldn't write something, they're not going to write in their diary something that's not true. And it was horrible. So yes, these people went through untold suffering for nothing, because they had an erroneous belief, but they didn't know it was erroneous.
So it was real to them.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're familiar with Donald Hoffman. He has this idea that in terms of the distance we are from being able to know the reality, which is there, the physics reality, is we're actually really, 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 really far away from that.
Yeah.
So it's, I think his idea is that we're basically completely detached from it.
Yes.
What's your sense? How close are we to the reality? We'll talk about a bunch of ideas about our beliefs in technology and beyond. But in terms of what is actually real from a physical sense, how close are we to understanding that?
Pretty far. I'm going to use examples from what I do. Okay, so this idea that we're suspicious of what we actually think is real is not new. Of course, it goes back a long time, thousands of years, in fact. Yes. And philosophers, I'm not actually technically a philosopher, but I was one. I'm a professor of religious studies.
Yeah. What do you introduce yourself at a bar when the bartender asks, what do you do?
I never tell people what I do, especially on airplanes.
Yeah.
It's a bad idea.
Okay.
So generally, if they push, though, I say, I'm the chair of philosophy and religion, although I stepped down last year, so I'm no longer the chair. But I have like a master's degree in philosophy, and I was a philosophy major, and I still study philosophy, so I integrate it into my research. All right, so this idea that we can't know, we're suspicious of what we know, it's called external world skepticism. That's the official philosophical name for it. Our faculties and our senses don't give us accurate perceptions of what is there, okay? Especially at a quantum level or a molecular level. I mean, that's just obvious. So, yeah, so I think that the person you mentioned is correct in that. I think we're far away from it.
I think you're talking about our direct senses, but we have tools, measurement tools, from microscopes to all the tools of astronomy, cosmology, that gives us a sense of the big universe and also the sense of the very small. Do you think there's some other things that are completely sort of other dimensions, or there's ideas of panpsychism that consciousness permeates all matter, there's like fundamental forces of physics we're not even aware of yet? Like,
oh, absolutely. I do think, and this is why I write about technology, and I mean, that's actually what I specialize in, is belief technology with respect to religion. So, in my opinion, thank goodness for technology, because where would we be without it? I mean, frankly, I think that it's like Marshall McLuhan was the person who said technology is like an extension of our senses. And I absolutely believe that to be true. I think that we're lucky that that Prometheus gave us technology, okay? And that we use it and we're making it better and better and better and better. And that makes us more efficient, makes us more efficient as a species. And like, my point is that I think that our instruments, I mean, I don't want to be a religious technologist, but our instruments will save us. I mean, they're already making life better for us.
you think it's important that they also help us understand reality more directly, more deeply?
I think directly is better than deeply. I think more directly is probably a more accurate term for what you're trying to, I think, ask me. Can we actually? I mean, I think you're asking me that question that Kant basically was trying to get at, was can we know the thing in itself? Can we know that? Can we have like some kind of like intense knowing of it? It's almost mystical. And I would say that that's where religion comes in. Okay, that's where we talk about religion. And if I may also go back to Immanuel Kant, this idea that he, just before he died, just as he died, he did this critique of reason, where basically he believed, he basically talks about, can we know what's real? And he basically has this long, that question, can we know what's real? And then 1,000 pages later, no. I'll just give you the rundown, okay? So, okay,
Spoiler
no,
alert.
yeah, exactly. Then he does this other critique, and okay, so he does like 3 critiques. Then he does this critique of judgment. Okay, well, judgment is this other thing altogether, and I think that that's what you're getting at. So, how do we know things? How can we know things really intensely and intimately? And I think that he thought that judgment was the idea that we can actually know the thing in itself. And he was working on that as he died, and then he never finished it. Hannah Arendt, another philosopher of the 20th century, took up the critique of judgment and tried to finish it.
Oh, why the word judgment?
Because judgment, think about it. When you see a work of art, who judges that to be decent? Okay, so there is a group of people who come to the decision that that's rotten, or that's pretty good. Like I noticed that you like to play guitar. Well, you choose music that I happen to like too. Okay, so you and I both have a sense of judgment. There's a sense.
Yeah.
So he said there's a sense that some people have. Why do certain communities have a similar sense? What dictates that? And so he was working on that. He thought it had something to do with the knowledge, the intimate knowledge of the thing in itself. Yeah. So another philosopher that philosophers actually don't like at all, but religious studies people do, is Martin Heidegger. So Martin Heidegger has some great essays. One is called "What is a Work of Art?" And again, he gets to, he talks about Van Gogh and Van Gogh's shoes. That picture, the painting Van Gogh's shoes. It's really a really intense picture. It's just shoes. It's it's an amazing painting of shoes. And I think everybody can agree that's a cool picture of shoes, right? And so why? The question is, why is that a cool picture of shoes?
Yeah.
What kind of knowledge are we accessing to determine that indeed that works, right? And in fact, we still like it.
So basically, the nature of knowledge and what does it represent? It can operate in the space of that's detached from reality, or can it ultimately represent reality? I guess that's that's the space of metaphysics. Is that the
Yeah. So what can we know is actually called epistemology,
epistemology?
but metaphysics is
intersect, I guess.
is basically what is the nature of reality.
Right, and those intersect.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. A lot of things intersect in philosophy. We just have fancy names for them.
Another non-philosopher that may be considered a philosopher, since we're talking about reality, is Ayn Rand and her philosophy of objectivism.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on her sense of taking this idea of reality, calling her philosophy objectivism, and kind of starting at the idea that you really could know everything and it's pretty obvious, and then from that you can derive an ethics about how to live life, like what is the good ethical life and all the virtue of selfishness, all that kind of stuff. So you talked to a lot of academic philosophers, so I'd be curious to see from the perspective of, like, is she somebody that's taken seriously at all? Why is she dismissed, as I see from my distant perspective, by serious philosophers? And also, like, your own personal thoughts of, like, is there some interesting bits that you find inspiring in her work, or not?
Okay, so Ayn Rand, I've had so many exceedingly intelligent students basically give me her books and basically say, please, Dr. Pasulka, read this book. And I'll tell them, yes, thank you. I've read this book before. And then want to engage in, let me put it this way. They're religious about Ayn Rand. Okay. So to them, Ayn Rand represents some type of way of life, right? Her objectivism. Now, why is she not taken seriously by philosophers in general? Well, let me put it this way. Philosophers in general tend to get pretty, I guess you could call it kind of scientists, but with words. I always call philosophy, when I describe it to someone who's going to take a philosophy class, I say it's basically math problems, like word math problems. Okay. So that's basically what it is.
So they take words very seriously and they're very formal
And
about it.
definitions very seriously.
Yes.
Yeah. So they all want to get on the same page. So there is no confusion. So for Ayn Rand to basically say you can know everything and, and establish ethics from that, I think philosophers automatically say no. Now, that doesn't mean I say no. In fact, we have at my university a wonderful business school. And when you walk into the dean of the business school's office, Ayn Rand is everywhere. So it's so I want to say that not all academics are anti Ayn Rand. And in fact, I don't think philosophers are either, except that they don't teach Ayn Rand. Okay. So in one sense, you could say that because they don't teach her, they're being exclusive in what they teach, or very particular, perhaps, is another way to put it.
Yeah, it's hard to know where to place people like her because, do you put Albert Camus as a philosopher? So I guess what's the good term for that? Like literary philosophers or whatever the term is. It's annoying to me that the academic philosophers get to own the word philosophy because, like, it's just like people who think deeply about life is what I think about
Yeah.
as philosophy. And, like, to me, it's like, all right, so I know Nietzsche is another person that's probably not respected in the philosophy circles because he is, full of contradictions, full of
I love Nietzsche. Nietzsche's my favorite philosopher.
Oh, really?
Yes, I absolutely love Nietzsche.
So he's definitely, I love people that are full of ideas, even if they're full of contradictions. And Nietzsche is certainly that.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
Ayn Rand is also that. I'm able to look past the obvious ego that's there on the page, and the fact that she actually has, in my view, a lot of wrong ideas. But there's a lot of interesting tidbits to pick up, and the same goes with Nietzsche. And I'm weirded out by the religious aspect here on both the people who like worship Ayn Rand and people who completely dismiss her. I just kind of see it as, oh, well, can we just read a few interesting things and get inspired by it and move on, as opposed to
No.
have a dogmatic binary thing? Is there something you find about her work that's interesting to you, or her personality, or any of that?
Oh, I think she's fascinating. I don't dismiss her. She was a woman who reached a level of success with her mind at a time when that was difficult. So, I mean, she's definitely worth looking at for even that reason. But also, her idea, I guess, part of the situation with Rand. First of all, I think that her work is it's misinterpreted. Okay, and I think that's the same with Nietzsche. Like a lot of people think that in fact, it is the case that Nietzsche's writing before the 20th century. So he's got he's somewhat, his rhetoric is sexist and racist and, of the time period, right? He was a educated philosopher of that time period. However, his books are amazing and Nietzsche's philosophy is incredible. And I think that's what you're saying about Rand too.
Yeah.
And I agree. I mean, I think that we get caught up. I mean, likely we should, and we should contextualize these thinkers in the time period within which they are. We should not forgive their, because there were people during Nietzsche's time that were, feminist and not racist and things like that. And, but each has merit. I mean, I would say Nietzsche is, and you did ask me to talk about some of the books that made the largest impact on me.
Yes.
And Nietzsche's Gay Science is one of them. It's one of the best books ever, in my opinion.
I do think Nietzsche was, I don't know about exactly sexist. He certainly was sexist, but it felt like he didn't get laid much in his life.
No.
It felt like he was extra sexist. I was like, his theories on women are like, all right.
He's pretty angry.
He seems frustrated.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, calm down, buddy.
The fate of philosophers.
I just ignore everything
Sorry,
Nietzsche says about
philosophers.
women. So can we talk about myth and religion a little bit?
Yes.
So I mean, can we start at the beginning, which is like myths? How are they born? There's this collective intelligence amongst us human beings, and we seem to create these beautiful ideas that captivate the minds of millions. How is such a myth born?
Great question. Okay, so that brings us to terminology again. In my field, we definitely, I think, try not to distinguish between religion. This is going to be controversial, I think, between religion and myth, because we call other cultures' religions myths, right? And then we call our myths religions.
And I guess myth has a bad connotation to it, that it's
not
somehow
true.
real.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, what's interesting is that people like Plato, who lived thousands of years ago, 2,500 about, basically made this distinction himself within his own culture, which was Greek, right? So Plato's a very famous Greek philosopher, and he would say things like this. He would say that he would make a distinction between the reality of the one God, or the one. He would call it, he didn't use the word God, but he's referencing a divinity of, okay, and he believes in the soul. Okay, so, but he would also say that the gods and goddesses of the Greeks are just myths. So even he would make that distinction again. He would say the population is not too bright, so they believe in these gods and goddesses. But he himself is talking to his students, and he's basically talking about forms, so, that seem to live in these other dimensions. Like this table, let's go back to this table that we're talking around right now. He would say that this table is the instantiation of the form table, and that there's this table that actually exists somewhere. It's this place where numbers exist, like the number 2. Okay, so we use the number 2 mathematically, therefore it exists. But have you ever seen a real one? Have you ever seen the real 2? No. Okay, so but where does it exist? So he says that tables. So he was also talking about things that, he says are real, making a distinction between the people. And by the way, he got this from Socrates, his mentor, who was killed by Athens because he would say such things. People don't like to be told that what they believe in is not real, right?
Yeah. By the way, his idea of forms is you're just making me realize how incredible was that somebody like that was able to come up with that. I mean, that idea became a myth. That the idea of forms, right? That permeated probably the most influential set of ideas in the history of philosophy, in the history of ideas.
Yes. Yeah. Plato, we know him for a reason, right?
Yeah. So let's say that we're not. It's a gray area between religious and myth, and maybe not even.
It is gray.
Yeah. So how's that idea with little Plato start and permeate through all of society?
How does that happen? Okay, so there are different ways that religions work. So a lot of people would call the UFO narrative today and this is what I talk about in my book, like a myth, right? The UFO myth. But a lot of people believe in it. Okay, so how do these things work? Well, what I did was I took there's Ann Taves at UC Santa Barbara. She's a pretty well-known academic who studies religion, and she has this building block definition of religion, like it builds. Okay, and so she says there are no religious experiences or mythic experiences. There are experiences, and then they get interpreted as religious or mythic. Okay, and so I use that with the UFO narrative. So I take and I compare it to the religious narrative. So basically what happens is that a person generally has a very intense experience. It could be with something that they see in the sky, a being, that they see, like Moses in the burning bush or something like that. They tell other people, okay, and those other people believe them because they say, that guy, let's take you. Okay, Lex. Okay, so you're playing, some of your music. Jimi Hendrix shows up out of the blue. So Jimi Hendrix, who does electric church stuff, right? The electric church movement. So he shows up.
I was sorry for a small tangent. I'm not aware of. I apologize if I should be. I'm just know how to play all of the songs. Electric church. Is this a thing?
Yeah. It's Jimi Hendrix's thing. Yeah. So
that was like a philosophy of his, or what?
Yes. So he thought it was like a mission for him, like he was a missionary, and he was like doing the electric church. It was through his mission of music that he was actually impacting people spiritually. And I think you have to agree that his music is really spiritual. Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool to know that there's like a philosophy there.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's ever written anything.
He's spoken about it many times.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I need to actually do some research here. Wow, that adds another level of depth. That's awesome. Okay, so
say Lex is playing
Hendrix.
one of his songs. Yeah. He shows up.
What's your favorite Hendrix song, by the way?
Oh, that's a hard one. I like Castles in the Sand. It's a sad one, but I like it.
So I'm playing something.
Yes.
I show up.
And all of a sudden, boom, just like Elvis does for people. Yeah. Hendrix shows up. All right. And then you're amazed. And then he tells you something that's very, very significant. And he says, you need to tell other people this. Okay. So then okay.
I go on social media.
Yes. And you start. And because people believe you, and because you are a person of, credibility, people believe you. And so all of a sudden a movement starts. Okay. And it's the Hendrix movement. It's Hendrix 2 or something like that. We call it something, the next iteration of Hendrix, right? Hendrix lives, but he lives as this vibration. and only Lex can can manifest this vibration. Okay, so like this is how religions start. Excuse your audience who are religious. I'm actually a practicing Catholic, so this is how religions start. They start with, first off, a contact experience. Not all of them, but a good portion of them. Some person has an experience that's transcendent, sacred to them, and they go and they tell other people, and then those people tell other people, and then something gets written about it. Okay, and then it becomes, because it's a charismatic movement, people become affected by it, and if too many people are affected by it, an institution steps in and tries to control the narrative. So this is what you'd call the beginning of a religion or a myth, a very powerful myth. And so it's almost like a star, right? A star is born.
A star is
Okay.
born.
Yeah.
When you say institution, do you mean some other organization that's already powerful,
Yes.
doesn't want to become overpowered by this new movement?
Yes, absolutely.
Is this usually governments?
It's usually, yeah. So I have a couple of examples. I use the example of the Christian church in my book because I'm most familiar with the history of Christianity. And, Christianity, was started by this Jewish man. And it was a movement that, he was a very powerful, charismatic person. Other people believed in him, and then his followers talked about him. And then usually early Christians before the 300s were generally people who were disenfranchised, because he had a pretty radical idea that, humans should have dignity. And this was pretty radical during that time. So women who didn't have dignity and, slaves who didn't have dignity at the time, converted to Christianity in droves. And so what happened was that all of a sudden, it became this belief system that was undercurrent. And then Constantine, who was an elite, had an experience and made Christianity a state religion. By that time, there were different forms of Christianity, probably hundreds of them. Well, most likely. And Constantine and the people who were powerful with him decided that their idea, this is the Council of Nicaea now, decided that there was one form, and they called it universal, the one form of Christianity, and this should be it. And so they kind of took out all the other denominations of Christianity and different forms of it. So you can see that a very, very powerful set of beliefs put a culture on fire, right? And so how did they had to deal with that fire somehow. And so they narrativized it. They decided, how do we interpret this? And they interpreted it as they wished, but that wasn't the only interpretation of Christianity. I have another example. In the Catholic Church, a lot of times, and I'm going to use the example of Faustina. She's a nun, and she's Polish. And I think it was in the early 20th century, if not the 1800s, that she had a very powerful, many experiences actually of Jesus. And she saw Jesus with rays coming out of his heart. And basically she called this his divine mercy. And it became a devotion in Poland, and it spread. The Catholic Church was not into this at all. Okay. And so they did everything they could to try to suppress Faustina's influence, which was growing and growing and growing and growing. Okay. And so they were very successful in trying to keep her quiet, and she died. Okay. Years later, John Paul II, Polish, sainted her and created the Divine Mercy devotion, which is worldwide now, and millions of people. But do you see how they completely control it?
So fascinating that it just starts with a single, so like you said, contact experience.
Yes.
Experience is the key word. And is your sense that those experiences are legitimate? So it's not
yes, for the most part,
artificially constructed?
Yeah, I think for the most part, they're legitimate experiences that people have. Why would someone want to put themselves through what they go through? Like, why would Jesus want to get crucified? I mean, that's a pretty nasty way to die. Why would Faustina bring this upon herself? The people that I meet who've said that they've seen UFOs, that most of them don't want to be known because of the ridicule that goes along with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I honestly think that, there are people who are maybe not stable and would like the attention, but for the most part, normal people don't want this attention.
So you mentioned building blocks. You didn't mention the word God, or sort of the afterlife. Are those essential to the myth? So there's a contact experience. Is there some other aspects of myth and religion which makes them viral, which makes them spread and captivate the imagination of people?
Yes. Is there a pattern to them? I think that for each era, it's different. And people have, first, let's talk about the definition of religion, if that's
Yes,
okay, because
yes.
most people assume the definitions that we in the West are familiar with, which is that, that of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, monotheistic religions. And that's not, I mean, those are just some religions. There are so many different types of religions. Some religions have no God at all. Uh, Zen Buddhism, for example, is a religion that asks you to take away your belief structures, like to kind of like, in fact, I would call that a Kantian type religion, right?
Yeah.
In that it's basically telling you to get rid of your concepts of what you think about things so that you can actually have the experience, like you were talking about earlier, of the thing in itself. And they call that Satori. So there are people who believe, they call it meditation, Zen meditation. And it's fairly radical, actually. In some monasteries, I don't know if they still do this, but they'll whack you on the head if you appear to be not focusing, and that kind of thing. They do things to basically take you away from your conceptions of reality and bring you into a state of all that is, which is what they call Satori. And that has nothing to do with God.
I like this religion, and anything that involves sticks and whacking in order for you to focus better. I'm gonna have to join a monastery. So okay, digging into definitions of religion. So like, what do you think is the scope that defines a religion?
Oh, okay. So in my field, we have a few different definitions of religion, as you can imagine, just like philosophers have different definitions of what is real. So I take this definition, and it comes from John Livingston, and it's religion is that set of beliefs and practices that is inspired by a transformative, what is perceived actually to be a transformative and sacred power.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. So religion is a set of, it's not just belief, it's also practices. It's both belief and practices, because you won't have the practices without the belief.
Yeah.
So you have those together, okay? And it's inspired by what is perceived, because we don't know if it's real or not, what is perceived to be of sacred and transforming power.
So perceived by the followers,
Yeah.
or is this connected to the original sort of experience?
No. It's perceived by the followers.
That's a really good definition. So, and that's the governing idea, is that there's something of great power,
Yes.
perceived to be of great power, to which you can connect yourself either emotionally or intellectually somehow in order to explore the world that is beyond your own capabilities.
Yes.
And is there communication also involved? Or
Generally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great definition. Okay. So within that falls everything that we've talked about so far, including technology and alien life and so on. Do you think ultimately religion is good for human civilization? Let me maybe phrase it differently: is what's religion good for?
Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. Thanks for asking that. Most people don't ask that. And I think it's the question to ask. Why do we still have religion? That's the question, right? Because scientists and others, scholars, humanists even, thought that there's this thing called the secularization thesis, and it's this idea that the more we progress rationally and we have better instruments for understanding our reality, the less religious we will be. But that's been found to be untrue. We're still very religious, okay? So why? Why is it around? Well, it's adaptive in some way, in my opinion. Many people would not agree with me, but I kind of see it as an evolutionary adaptation. Now, think about religions, okay? Think about Christianity again, for one. Here comes this idea when you have this ruthless empire called the Roman Empire, which litters its its roads with crucified bodies to let you know, don't mess with us. Okay. All right. Here, all of a sudden, you have this guy saying, God is love. Okay. All right. Well, that's weird. Okay. So why? Why does this take off? Well, it takes off because we're becoming a colonial power. That means we're going into other countries, we're conquering them. We are, how do we survive together as cultures that don't clash? Well, we have to have a belief structure that allows us to, and I think religions function that way, frankly.
So religions help us the Richard Dawkins meme idea. It allows us to explore a space of ideas, and that in itself is so it's like evolution of ideas. And
Yeah.
religion is a powerful tool for us
It
to
is,
explore
yeah.
ideas.
Because if I believe that men have souls,
Do they?
yes, they do. Okay.
Well,
We're
I'm still
gonna
trying
get
to figure that
trouble here,
out. Well, I still, in terms of souls, do believe cats don't have souls, but we'll
That's
never,
hilarious.
we'll never be able to confirm that.
Maybe if we get better instruments, the soul instrument, you need to come up with that one, please.
For cats,
Yeah, not just for cats, but for all animals and people in general.
for sure.
You could put them in like a little, soul machine and find out what's the status of their soul.
That's funny. I hope will become a scientific discipline of consciousness, and consciousness is in some sense connected to maybe what the meaning of the word soul used to be.
Mhm.
And I think it's a fascinating open question, like what is consciousness and so on, that maybe we'll touch on in a little bit. But yeah, anyway, back to our
Religions being adaptive. I think that Christianity probably helped us become better people to each other as we moved into a more global society. And I also, it goes along with my book, which is basically making the argument that belief in non-human intelligence or ETs or UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, is a new form of religion.
And how does that work with the scientific method? Do you think there's always this role of religion as being, in its broad definition, religion as being a complement to our sort of very rigorous empirical pursuit of understanding reality? Well, there's always going to be this coupling. We'll always redefine new eras of civilization of what that religion actually looks like. So you talk about technology and so on being the modern set of religious beliefs around that. Is that always going to, is religion always going to kind of cover the space of things we can't quite understand with science yet, but we still want to be thinking about?
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a great question. When you say religion, I would use the word religiosity because I think that we're moving out of the dogmatic types of religions into more of a, I hate to put it this way, but an X-Files type religion where we can say, I want to believe, or the truth is out there,
Right.
but we don't know that it's out there, or we don't know yet what it is, but we know it's out there.
Right.
So there's this kind of built-in capacity for belief in something that we don't have evidence for yet. And that's a sort of faith. So I would say yes to that question. Absolutely. I think it's adaptive in that way. We're moving into a new, heck, we've already moved into this culture. Most people have not caught up with it yet. I see that in the school systems, and I think that I'm hoping we can catch up fast because really it's moving faster than we are.
So I mentioned to you offline that I'm finishing up on the rise and fall of the Third Reich. I'm not sure if you have anything in your exploration interesting to say, but the use of religion by dictators, or the lack of the use of religion by dictators, whether we're talking about Stalin, which is mostly a secular. I apologize if I'm historically incorrect on this, but I believe it's a secular. And Hitler, I think there's some controversy about how much religion played a role in his own personal life and in general in terms of influencing using it to manipulate the public. But definitely the church played a role. do you have a sense of the use of religion by governments to control the populations, by dictators, for example? Or is that outside of your little explorations as a religious scholar?
It's not outside of my framework. Absolutely not. I think that it's done routinely. Propaganda is done routinely. Especially, there's nothing more powerful than religion to get people to act, I think. My mother's Jewish and my father was Roman Catholic, okay, from Irish extraction. And so both members, both great grandparents came here under duress because they were being, what would you call it? There was an active genocide on both sides being done by other cultures. Okay. So on the one hand, obviously we know about the Holocaust. Okay. So the great grandparents came here to avoid that and they made it. On the other hand, there was an English genocide, we just have to say it, of the Irish. It was called a famine, but it wasn't one. It was a staged thing. And so millions of Irish left Ireland on coffin ships, is what they called them, because they usually wouldn't get here. Mine happened to get here. Okay, so that's the context that I'm coming from. So in each case, for one thing, the Irish weren't considered, there was Catholics weren't considered, they were considered to be terrible. And there was a lot of anti-Catholic rhetoric here in the United States, which is kind of strange because in fact, the most wealthy colonial family were the Carrolls in Maryland, and they were Catholic. So when you look at the United States, at our history, and you see the separation of church and state, do you want to know where that came from? That came from those guys. They convinced George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. I mean, they couldn't vote, yet they have their names on the Constitution. Is that not a strange contradiction? So here you can see how propaganda works. There was anti-Catholic propaganda, there was anti-Jewish propaganda, and a lot of it was that these people weren't human. They weren't human beings. Another thing I'd like to say is that when the Irish did come here, they were indentured, a lot of times indentured servants. But that's terminology. What is an indentured servant?
Slave.
Pretty much.
So in that sense, religion can be used
Derogatorily.
derogatorily as a useful grouping mechanism of saying this is the other.
And it's powerful too, because behind it is a force of what people contend to be sacred, a sacred force, right? Yeah. So it's up to God to decide who's so you have to go along with what God says, of course. Well, that's basically that's not the contact event. The contact event is usually some type of very specific, legitimate event that a person has with something that is non-human or considered divine. But when religions become narrativized, I would call it, by different institutions, that's when you're in danger of getting propaganda.
You said Nietzsche, one of your favorite philosophers. He said famously, one of the many famous things he said is that God is dead.
Yes.
What do you think he meant? Do you think he was right?
Okay, good. I love this question. No one asks me about Nietzsche. And I love Nietzsche.
Awesome.
Okay, so first, actually, I do think, and I could be corrected and probably will be in all the comments.
Yeah.
Well, first, Nietzsche, it's true, wasn't the first to say God is dead. I think Hegel said it. Okay. No one reads Hegel. He's like so difficult to read that it's impossible. Okay?
Same with Heidegger, as you mentioned.
I love him, but he's really hard to read. So Nietzsche's basically said God is dead. And let me give you the context for him saying that. He also said this. He said there was only one Christian. He died on the cross. Okay. So he despised Christianity. And he said that,
and the people who practice it.
Absolutely. Yeah. But again, he believed in Jesus, and he believed Jesus he didn't believe he was a divinity, he believed Jesus was a good man, and he died on the cross. Okay.
So he believed in the morality.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Yeah, he did. And Nietzsche basically was making a historical statement about God is dead. He said, and he was right. He was basically saying that in the century in which he lived, and he died, I think, in 1900. Again, I could be wrong about that. So I just want to say that I believe he died in 1900.
Right.
Okay, so he's writing in the 1800s, and he's basically saying, God is dead and we killed him. Okay, so he's making a historical statement that at that point in time, with science just kind of getting better and industrialization happening, the idea of this thing beyond what we know as material reality is dead. So the substrate of Western civilization is dead. That's what Nietzsche is saying, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And he basically says, with that comes the Übermensch, okay, which is the superhuman. And he says there aren't many of them. He says, but they're going to come. And he also talks about the philosophers of the future. And he's speaking and writing to them, is my belief. So he's basically telling you and me, because we're now the philosophers of his future. Yeah. He's basically telling us, this is what's happening now. And look what it has done. He says, now everything is possible, all manner of terrible evil, because no one has the belief in God anymore. The belief that there is an afterlife. You asked about an afterlife. So with this kind of belief in a morality comes this belief, you can have morals without God. Okay, people do. But what Christianity is this idea that you will reap what you sow. So if people don't believe that anymore, what will happen? And so that's what he's basically saying, is that the basic anchor for Western society is now gone.
Do you think he was right?
Absolutely. Absolutely right.
But then again, what do you think if we brought him back to life and he read American Cosmic, your book, and he tweeted about it, right? Writing a review maybe for I don't know what they post, for New York Times. He'd be an editorial writer with a blue check mark on Twitter. What do you think he would say about this idea that you present that's a grander idea of religion? And,
like religiosity, like this new form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that kind of reverse the idea that God is dead?
Yeah, because it would bring up this idea of external intelligences that are not human, which is basically a lot of religions talk about that, right? There are bodhisattvas, there are angels, there are demons, there's all these types of non-human intelligences that religion makes space for. So what I'm basically saying in American Cosmic is these new things are within the realm of UFOs and UAPs. So I think Nietzsche would say that that's a progressive adaptation of religion, is what I would hope he would say. Nietzsche, however, is unpredictable. I think I couldn't predict him. So I would say that it would be my hope that he would say this is an accurate representation of a move into a new type of religion. And it's adaptive, therefore progressive.
He would probably be uncomfortable reading a book by a brilliant female professor.
Who happens also to be short. I don't know if you read that.
No.
Yeah. He said some pretty nasty things about short women.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, Nietzsche. He should be canceled. No, please don't cancel Nietzsche. You have to take people in the context of their time. Although I'm pretty sure in his time he was also an asshole.
He was.
But assholes are people too. Okay.
Just bad ones.
You wrote the book American Cosmic, UFOs, Religion, Technology. What was the goal of writing this book? What maybe we'll mention it. We have already mentioned it many times, but in this little space of a conversation, can you say maybe what is the key insight that you found that lingers with you to this day from the long process of putting this book together?
Sure. Just like with my book on purgatory, I went into the research thinking that it would be something that it was entirely not. It ended up being something completely different. And I think that's good. I think that people who do research need to are very excited actually when their research surprises them.
Mhm.
So I was happily surprised by my purgatory book to learn that it was a place, and so I went into American Cosmic being a non-believer in UFOs entirely, and I came out being agnostic. Okay, kind of believer.
Yeah.
So,
But agnostic, sort of open to the mysteries of the world.
yes, and I didn't think that. First of all, I knew that the government was part of the situation. I just didn't know how much,
Hmm.
and so I learned that quickly and acclimated to it, accepted it, and noted that indeed, Horatio, the world is much more mysterious than we think it is. It's more mysterious. There are more mysteries in this life than your philosophy provides for.
So, is a sense American Cosmic is about the mysteries of the modern life as encapsulated by the realm of technology and the realm of alien intelligences.
Yes, I think that I mean, I'd have to go off record as a professor and talk personally. As a person, I do think that there are mysteries of which we have an inkling. And if it's something as powerful as non-human intelligence, whether or not it's from another planet, extraterrestrial, or it happens to be from like another dimension or something else, I think that this is going to get the attention of institutions of power. And indeed, I think that's what has happened. And although probably people have had interactions with these things, it appears to me historically for a long time, as long as humans have existed, I would imagine that indeed um, this is something that's quite powerful and could change the belief structures of our entire societies, our civilization, basically.
So it's the same way that you're talking. The belief structures were strongly affected by religious beliefs throughout history.
Yes.
In the same way, this has the potential. It serves as a source of concern for the powerful because it can have very significant effects on
Huge
the
effects.
populace.
Yes.
Is there some broader understanding of how we should think about alien intelligences than like little green men
Yes.
that you can maybe elaborate on
Mhm.
and talk about?
Yes. This comes directly out of my research in Catholic history. What I found was that, let's take, for instance, this idea of an angel. Okay, so we all think we know what an angel looks like. Why? Well, we've been told what an angel looks like. We see what an angel looks like. Throughout history, people have painted angels and they all look pretty much the same. But actually, if you go to the primary sources on, either in Hebrew or in Greek or, in whatever language and in Latin, and you look at experiences that people have talked about, where they've written down their experiences about angels, um, angels don't at all look like what we think. They don't look like little cherubs with wings. They don't look like tall, strong, anthropomorphic, human looking things. They don't. They look really weird. And sometimes they don't look at all humanoid.
Mhm.
They look like strange spinning things, right? With like, eyes and things like that. They communicate telepathically with us. Okay, so what does that mean for the idea of extraterrestrials, or what we consider to be aliens? Like, I do think that they're first, listen, I'm not the first to say this. If we're in contact with non-human intelligence, we're most likely in contact with its technology. Because think about us. Do we send human beings to Mars yet? Some people would say yes, but let's put that aside.
Yeah.
So no, we don't. We use our technology. We send our rovers to Mars. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if there's an extraterrestrial civilization, are they coming by themselves? Are they coming to see us, or are they sending their technology? Most likely they either are technology or they are sending their technology.
Yeah, there might be a gray area between what is technology and what the aliens are.
Yeah.
So, but you're saying like basically a robotic probe that would be the equivalent of our human civilization created technology.
Way more advanced than what we could believe to be a probe. All right.
It's kind of funny to think about, like, if whatever sort of extraterrestrial creations have visited Earth, that we're interacting with some like dumb, crappy drone technology.
Yeah, it's true.
And we're like we're like building these like myths and so on from like an experience with some like crappy drone made by some crappy startup somewhere.
That is correct.
When the actual intelligence is like something that much grander. Yeah, that's the more likely situation. That is
That's
correct.
what I like to tell people. I'm like, no, it's probably a lot weirder than you think.
Yeah. Oh boy. So but what forms can it possibly take? So
yeah,
like,
okay.
I really love this idea that I tend to be humble in the face of all that we don't know, and I tend to believe that the form alien life forms would take and the way they would communicate is much more likely to be of a form that we can't even comprehend or perhaps can't even perceive directly. So like, you know, it could be in the space of, you know, we don't understand most of how our mind works. It could be in the space of whatever the heck consciousness is. Like maybe consciousness itself is communication with aliens, or like, I don't know, it could be just our own thoughts is actually the alien life forms communicating. Like I know all that sounds crazy, but I'm saying, like, I'm just trying to come up with the craziest possible thing that doesn't make any sense that could very well be true, and you can't say it's not true because we don't understand basically anything about our mind. So it could be all of those things. Everything from hallucinations, all the things that are explored through the different drugs that we've talked about in this podcast in general. Joe Rogan loves to talk about DMT and all those kinds of hallucinogenic drugs. All of it, including love and fear, all those things that could be aliens communicating with us. Memes on the internet, that could be. Pretty sure humor is alien communication. No, I don't know. But so is there some way that's helpful for you to think about beyond the little green men?
Oh, absolutely. It accords exactly with how I think, actually. So I'll explain. I liked in American Cosmic, I'd attained the status of full professor. So I was like, okay, I can pretty much write this book like I want to do it. And I did. So I used a lot of quotes from cool artists like David Bowie. Okay. So David Bowie opens the book. Okay. And he basically says, and so does Nietzsche, by the way, David Bowie and Nietzsche, boom, two awesome quotes right together. That's how I open my
better
book.
Opener.
Yeah.
Do you remember the quotes?
Yeah, of course. So the quote by David Bowie, and that's what I'm going to concentrate on in response to what you just said, which I think is absolutely correct. David Bowie said the internet is an alien life form. Okay. And if you've not seen David Bowie's interview where he says that, I highly recommend it. He's so brilliant. Okay. So David Bowie is actually quite brilliant about the idea of UFOs. He's also brilliant about the idea of technology. Okay. And most people wouldn't think that, but I mean, he's pretty darn smart. Okay. So, all right. So I started to think about it. And I also early on in my research met Jacques Vallée. Okay. So he's a technologist. He has a PhD in information technology from computer science, basically from Northwestern. And he got that back in the day. You know, when I say back in the day, I'm not talking 1,000 years ago. I'm talking like in the 60s. Okay. So he's
back when computer science wasn't really even the field that you can get a degree in.
He has a PhD in it. And he's French. He's from France, but he lives in Silicon Valley. And he worked on ARPANET, which is the proto-internet.
Yeah.
He mapped Mars. He's also an astronomer. I mean, he's just this all-around brilliant guy, right? And he's also interested in UFOs. And most people take those two interests of his as separate interests. And I remember being at a very small conference and listening to him, being in awe, of course, because he's an awe-inspiring person. And then thinking, wait a minute, why do people compartmentalize those two things about him? They're one and the same. Okay. So when we talk about UFOs and UAPs and stuff, we have to talk about digital technology and things like that. Now, if we are going back to if I were to say if I were to believe in, and I, like I said earlier, I was agnostic, bordering on belief, most likely a believer in this extraterrestrial, or not extraterrestrial, let me put it another way, non-human intelligence that's communicating with us. I'm going to tell you how I think they communicate with us. And I go back to the Greeks again, okay? And the Greeks had this idea of muses, the muses. So there are these things called muses, and we tend to think of them as metaphors, right? But what if they're not? What if they're actually non-human intelligence trying to communicate with us, but we're so stupid we can't understand? So only people with in super amazing capacities, like poetic, creative, intelligent, mathematical, whatever, because they tend to do this symbolically. They tend to communicate with us in symbols form. And so music, symbols, we've got math that are, it's a symbolic language. And so muses are probably a good idea for me of what this would be. Now, would muses have spaceships, or those things that we call physical counterparts to what they are? That's another question altogether. But if, I now, why would I think this? Because if you look at the history of our space programs, both Russian and American, you're going to find some pretty weird stuff, pretty weird history there, Lex. So you want to get an idea, go back to Tchaikovsky and read a little bit about what he has to say. If you look back at the history of our space programs, the viable space programs are both Russian and American, and each has an amazingly strange history, because the founders of the calculations that got us up into space, the rocket scientists basically, were doing some pretty weird rituals and doing religious things, right? They weren't necessarily like Jack Parsons on our side. Was out in the desert with people like L. Ron Hubbard and doing really intense rituals, believing that they were opening stargates and things like that. Okay.
That's awesome.
And they were really doing that. Okay. So then you go to the Russian side, and they had a very specific, non-dogmatic, according to Catholics or Orthodox Christianity, idea of what Christianity was. And they believed that they were interacting with angels, okay, non-human intelligences. So if you look back and you see muses, you can contextualize them within this tradition. And so when I started to talk to people who were actually in the space program and who were in these programs that now the government has said, oh yeah, we do have these programs, they have the same belief structures. They believe that they were also in contact with these non-human intelligences, and they were getting what they call downloads of information and creating, sometimes with Tyler D in my book, creating technologies that were real, and they were selling them on NASDAQ for, a lot of money, like, say $100 million or something like that, undisclosed amounts, but a lot. And these things are viable technologies that we use now, and they make our lives better, and we progress as a species because of them. Now, that has nothing to do with the scientific method. As much as anybody's going to get angry at me for saying that. But, sorry, those were strange encounters that created our ability to go into space. I don't know if they're real or not, but these people believe they were real.
Right. So they have a power in actually having an impact in this world, in inspiring humans to create technology which enable us to do things we haven't been able to do before.
Yeah.
And I like how we're putting like angels, alien life forms, aliens, and technology all in the non-human intelligence camp, which I really like that, because that's very true. It's this other source of wisdom, intelligence, maybe a connection to the mysterious.
Yes. I was really surprised by it.
Can you speak a little bit more to the connection between aliens and technology that Jacques Vallée had in his own one individual mind? That's very tempting to kind of separate as two separate endeavors. Why did you come to believe that they are one and the same, or at least part of the same uh, intellectual journey?
Thanks for asking that again, because nobody asks me that question, and it's central to my project. So Jacques was a huge influence, is a huge influence on me. He taught me a lot. He gave me access to some of his information that he keeps. But a lot of his information is actually out there for everyone to read. He has an academia.edu page, and so he didn't have this, unfortunately, when I was doing my research in 2012 and 2013. So I had to go back and do microfiche type stuff. What I did was I began to read everything that he wrote, and he actually gave me a lot of his books too. And he told me, I remember he dropped me off from. This is actually quite interesting, if you'll allow me to tell you a little story.
Please. Yeah.
Okay. And it also includes ayahuasca. So
great. Every story that includes ayahuasca is a great story.
Okay. So I was at a conference, and it was a small conference of very interesting people in California on the Pacific Ocean. And Jacques was there. And this is actually opens my book. This is the book. This is the it's the preface to my book. I go on this ride. He takes me through Silicon Valley. I've lived there, right? My grandparents grew up in the same place that he raised his children in Belmont. And so, but we were there with Robbie Graham, who's a great ufologist in his own right, and film theorist. I highly recommend his work. So we were together, and he was taking us to San Francisco, where I was going to meet my brother, who was going to take me home. And so he took us on this long journey, and he talked to us. And as we got out of the car, he gave me several of his books, and one in particular he gave me, and he said, "Read this first." I was like, okay, I definitely will read that first. Okay, so this is how the ayahuasca figures in. So I didn't take it, nor have I taken it. Okay, so we were at this place, and in California, and Alex Gray and his wife were there, and they were talking about their experiences with psychedelics. He's an amazing visionary artist. Okay. So he believes that there's this place that you can enter, and he and his wife would enter this space with either, ayahuasca or LSD or something like that. And they would not talk to each other, but they would be having the same exact experience. So they would, it was almost like having the same dream. Right.
Wow.
Okay. So somehow that whole event with Jacques there, and them talking about their experiences in these realms, of which religious studies people are quite familiar, by the way, because visionary experiences are what we study.
Yeah.
So all of this seems super familiar to me. And I recognized that immediately, that Jacques, that it hit me like, very obvious that UFOs and these experiences and technology all seemed, they were all meshed together. And I knew that I had to take them. I knew I had to read everything Jacques ever wrote. And the best stuff he's written, by the way, is his little essays that he wrote in the 1970s. And they were peer-reviewed essays about the beginning of the internet, and how a lot of it was based on basically like neural connection with the internet, like somehow psychic connection through the internet with others and things like that.
So the brain is a biological neural network. There's this connection between individual neurons and so on, and that's what ultimately is able to have memories and has cognitive ability and is able to perceive the world and generate ideas. And those ideas are then spread on the internet, even from the very early days, to other humans. So it gets injected or travels into the brains of other humans, and that goes around in there and then spits out other stuff, and it goes back and forth. So it's nice to think of the network that's in our mind, individual mind, as, very much even deeply connected to the network that is the connection between humans through the
Yes.
internet. And so in that sense, Jacques saw the internet as this powerful, as a source of power and wisdom that is beyond our own.
Exactly. That's external to us, like if you could call it autonomous AI, right?
It's non-human intelligence in
Yeah.
a sense, even though humans are a part of it.
Yes, or we're invaded by it, or whatever you want to call it. Okay.
Yeah. Whoever, right? It's the chicken and the egg, right?
So if I can go on, the
Yes,
ayahuasca
please.
experience thing.
Oh, yes,
still,
yes.
I'm not done with that.
Yeah.
So this is where I come to this idea that we're in this space. We're in now a new space of religion, of religiosity. So what happens is then it's like a biosphere. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So Jacques takes us back. We get to San Francisco, and my brother, who is your straight lace person, army guy and everything like that. I get into his car, and the first thing he tells me is, I took ayahuasca. And I was like, what? And he goes, it's going to save humanity.
That's great.
Yeah.
As I mentioned to you offline, I talked to Matthew Johnson. He's a Hopkins professor he's really a scholar of most. He's studied most drugs. He's also really deeply studied cocaine, all those negative effects, and he's focused on a lot of positive effects of the different psychedelics. It's kind of fascinating. So I'm very much interested in exploring the science of what these things do to the human mind, and also personally exploring it. Although it's like this weird gray area, which he's masterful at, which is he's a professor at Johns Hopkins, one of the most prestigious universities in the world, and doing large scale studies of this stuff. And until he got a lot of money for these studies, even in Hopkins itself, there's not much respect. It's not even respect. It was like people just didn't want to talk about it as a legitimate field of inquiry. It's kind of fascinating how hesitant we are as a little human civilization to legitimize the exploration of the mysterious, of whatever the definition of the mysterious is for that particular period of time. So for us now, there's like little groups of things, like I would say consciousness in the space of like computer science research is something that's still like, I don't know, maybe let philosophers kick it around for a little longer. And then certainly extraterrestrial life forms from in most formulations of that problem space is still the other. It's still the source of the mysterious, except maybe like SETI, which is like, how can we detect signals from far away alien intelligences that would be able to perceive? Yeah, it's and psychedelics is another one of those that's like, we're starting to see, okay, well, can we try to see if there's some medical applications of like helping you get like he does studies of help you quit smoking or help you in some kind of treatment of some disease, and he's sneaking into that. I mean, it's like openly sneaking into it. He's doing studies on it of like, how can you expand the mind with these tools, and what can the mind discover through psychedelics and so on.
Yes.
And we're like slowly creeping into the space of being able to explore these mysterious questions. But it's like, it sucks that sometimes a lot of people have to die, meaning, they have to age out. Like, it's like faculty have and people have a fixed set of ideas and they stick by them. And in order for new ideas to come in, then the young folks have to be born with an open mind, the possibility of those ideas, and then they have to become old enough and get A's in school and whatever to then carry those ideas forward. So the acceptance of the exploration of the mysterious takes time. It's kind of sad.
It is sad. I agree.
Maybe to go into my source of passion, which is artificial intelligence. What's your sense about the possibility? Like Pamela McCordick has this quote that I like. I talked to her a couple of years ago, or I guess already on this podcast, that artificial intelligence began with the ancient wish to forge the gods. So Do you think artificial intelligence may become the very kind of gods that were at the center of the religions of most of our history?
Yeah, there's a lot there. So I'm going to start by addressing this idea of artificial intelligence being separate from human beings. Okay. So I don't think that's actually, that might happen. Okay. I mean, it's already happened, but let's put it this way. Like, you're talking about super artificial intelligence, like autonomous, conscious artificial intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Something with artificial consciousness.
First of all, I think she's correct. Okay. But also, there's an awesome quote. I'd also like to bring up this writer of fiction, actually, Ted Chiang, and one of his essays. He writes short essays. One of them was the basis for the movie Arrival,
Mhm.
which, if you haven't seen it, it's a really great movie about UFOs. And
And it has a very creative way of proposing an idea of how they might be able to communicate. First of all, how they appear to us. Second of all, how they may be communicating with us humans.
exactly. The author Ted Chiang has a lot. I recommend his writings, his short stories. One is very short, and it appeared in Nature about 20 years ago, and it is called, I think it's called Eating the Crumbs from the Table or something like that. And it's basically this short essay, and I hate to do, to do a spoiler here, but if you don't want to know what it's about, don't listen right now.
Yeah,
for 5
spoiler
minutes.
alert.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what it's about. So basically it's about human beings becoming two different species. Okay. And one of them is created, they're called metahumans, and they start biohacking themselves with tech. Okay. Sound familiar? So they do this and they become metahumans and another species, right? And just kind of another fork, such that humans can barely understand them because they're so far removed. So in a sense, are they gods, right? No, they're metahumans, they're superhumans, they're enhanced humans, okay? I see that hopefully on the horizon, frankly. I hope so. Not that we have two species, but that we can use our technology, or we can become so integrated with our technology that we can survive, okay? We can survive the radiation in space. We can't go places now because of the radiation in space. Perhaps we can develop our bodies such that we can survive the radiation in space. So there's this idea of these metahumans. Now, there's also this idea that technology is just another form of humans. We've created it, right? And so maybe it is bent on surviving, thereby using us, kind of as a meme or a team. Some people
Yeah.
are calling them teams now, these self-generating, they're replicating themselves through us. Okay. I see that also. And I don't think that's terribly bad. Maybe it's just the way that we are evolving. It doesn't mean that we're evolving all the time. Like, we're taller than we used to be. We have different skills, and so I don't see that as a bad thing. I think a lot of people see it as, if we're not how we are now, it's a tragedy. But it's not a tragedy. How we are now is actually a tragedy for most people alive.
Yeah, and that we might be evolving in ways we can't possibly perceive. Like you said, that the humans have created Twitter, and Twitter may be changing us
Yes.
in ways that we can't even understand
Mhm.
now currently. Like, from a perspective of, if you look at the entirety of the network of Twitter, that might be an organism that the organism understands what's happening from its level of perception. But we humans are just like the cells of the human body. We're interacting individually, but
Yes.
like we're not actually aware of the big picture that's happening.
Yeah.
And we naturally somehow, or whatever the force that's creating the entirety of this, whatever one um, one version of it is the evolutionary process, like biological evolution. Whatever force that is just creating these greater and greater level of complexity. And maybe somehow not other kinds of non-human intelligence are involved that we're calling alien intelligences.
Yes.
So just to step back, and we'll come back to AI because I love the topic, but through American Cosmic and in general, you've interacted with much of the UFO community. You mentioned ufologists. By the way, is it ufologists or is it ufologists?
It's ufologists.
Ufologists.
Yeah.
So, first of all, what is a ufologist? And second of all, what have you learned about this community of ufologists, or also as you refer to them as the Invisibles, or the members of the Invisible College, or just in general, people who study UFOs from the different, all the different kinds of groups that study UFOs?
Sure. Generally, what I found is that they are okay. So people who are interested in UFOs from like being a kid, and seeing some cool movie like Star Wars or something, and then they become interested and then they study it as best they can, UFOs or UAPs. They're generally an honest group of people who are using their tools. There are generally two types of them. There are those who believe in the nuts and bolts, like the physical craft, and they believe in that these are things from other planets. Okay, so that's like the ETH hypothesis. I'm sorry, ET hypothesis. ETH is what we call it.
ETH,
Yeah,
okay,
sorry about that.
So this is like there's an actual spaceship, like like something akin, but much more advanced than the rockets we use now.
Yeah,
And
they have
there's
advanced.
some
Yeah.
kind of
mhm.
not necessarily biological, but something like biological organisms that travel on these
Yes.
spaceships.
So this would be like what To the Stars Academy is trying to decipher, like how do they do it? Maybe we could use that technology, the propulsion and things like that. They look at the rocket technology.
Yes.
Okay, so there are those. And then there are people who believe that it's more consciousness based.
Mhm.
Okay, so these are your two types of ufologists who are known. And these are people who we know about. Then I found that there are people who are quote unquote, I call them the invisibles, because Jacques Vallée in the 70s, he and I think actually Alan Hynek, his colleague, quoted this is a Francis Bacon thing, by the way.
Mhm.
It goes back to the early modern time period when scientists could be killed for basically trying to go outside what the church or the government institution determined was dogma, and so they had to be really careful. So he called it the Invisible College. So Hynek took that term and reused it, or what do you call it? Repurposed it. So he repurposed it. So that they were still talking to each other, though. So what I found to be the case was that there was a group of people who were scientists, but were not on the internet. To people today, and students of mine in particular, and my own kids, actually, they think that you only exist if you're on the internet, or something only exists if it's on the internet.
Yeah.
And that's, of course, untrue. And so what I found was that most people who are the most powerful people of our society and are doing things are not on the internet. You're not going to find any trace of them. So a lot of these people are what I call invisibles, people who are studying. At least their work is invisible. You might find them on the internet, but you're going to find that they're part of the bowling league or something like that, right? You will not find that they are actually engaged in research about this topic, okay? And so I called them the invisibles because I was surprised to find them. And I thought, well, this is no longer the Invisible College, because these people are not even talking to each other. And that's why I reference this movie Fight Club. In it, you have an invisible, okay? And his name is Tyler Durden. And he's incredible. He does incredible things. He's like a person who should not exist, right? Because he does so many things that are amazing. And so I found a person like that, and he's a real person. He's partially on the internet, but nothing that he does around that topic of UFOs is on the internet. So I decided to call him Tyler D after Tyler Durden. And so these people, I've termed the UFO Fight Club, because they work together, but they don't know. In fact, his boss doesn't know what he does. They don't talk to each other because, the first rule of Fight Club.
Same as the second, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
You don't talk about
no,
Fight
you
Club.
don't do it.
Why do you have a sense that there's such a, I don't want to say fear, but a principle of staying out of the limelight?
I think there's something real, and I think that the use of it could be dangerous for people.
Oh, sorry. You mean like something real, like there's actual what's the right terminology here to use?
Let's just call it
alien technology, ideas about technology
Yes.
that are being explored that are dangerous if made public, that may become dangerous if made
Yes.
public.
So
So
I
that's
wouldn't
the
call
worry.
you don't have to call it alien technology. You can call it ideas about alien technology
Right.
because I don't know if it's actual alien technology or not. I honestly don't know. But I do know for a fact, because it's a historical fact, that Jack Parsons and Konstantin Tchaikovsky, who's Russian, believed in these things and believed that they were downloading this information. Whether or not they were, I mean, they definitely created the rocket technologies. That's true. How they did and whether their process was exactly what they said it was, I don't know. So this is the same thing today. So we've got some powerful technologies going on here. And, of course we have a military, and we have a military for a reason. Almost every government who needs a military has one. And so they're going to keep these the way they should be kept, in my interpretation. I mean, think about it. Everybody accepts the fact that we have a military. Almost everybody does. Why are they so upset then that the military keeps secrets?
Yeah, well, that's the nature of things, and we can get into that whole thing. I tend to. I've spoken with the CTO of Lockheed Martin on this. I obviously read and think about war a lot. It's such a difficult question because this particular space of technology, there's a gray area that I think is evolving over time. I think nuclear weapons change the game in terms of what should and shouldn't be secret. I think there's already technology that will enable us to destroy each other. And so there's some sense in which some technology should be made public. This is the same discussion of, between companies. Which part of your technology should you make public through, like, for example, academic publications and all that kind of stuff? Like how the Google search engine works, PageRank algorithm, or how the different deep learning, like there's pretty vibrant machine learning research communities within Google, Facebook, and so on. And they release a lot of different ideas. It's an interesting question, like how dangerous is it to release some of the ideas? I think it's a gray area that's constantly changing. I do also think it's super interesting. And I wonder if you could elaborate on a little bit that there's this gray area between what's actually real in terms of alien technology and the belief of it when held in the minds of really brilliant people, that they ultimately may produce the same kind of result in terms of being able to create new technologies that are human usable. Like, is there in your mind they're one and the same? Is like believing in alien craft and actually being in possession of an alien craft?
I don't think they're the same, no. Belief is powerful, okay? In New Age communities, people think thoughts are things, okay? That's been said, thoughts are things. You can make them happen kind of thing. Believe in them enough. It is true that if I believe I can run a 540 mile, I'll do it, okay? And I probably will do it. And I've done it before, actually. Much younger, but I did it. So, but my coach is the one that instilled that belief in me, right?
Yeah.
And so, but can I run like a 1 minute mile? No. Okay. So I guess, does that answer your question? Like, there's only so far belief goes in generating reality.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's what, just having listened to Jacques Vallée, that it seemed like reality was not as important for the scientific exploration of the concept of alien technology.
I could be wrong, but this is what I think Jacques getting at. There are other ways to access places in reality other than what we consider to be physical.
Right.
That's this consciousness. Okay. So like I said, so religious studies is, among other things, it's looking at visionary experiences. All right. So people do have visionary experiences. They did without drugs, they did with drugs. They do with drugs. Many have them without drugs today. And oftentimes those visionary experiences correspond to each other. Now, how do we make sense of that? So, do these places actually exist? In a sense, I think they do. And so I think that, like, let's take that very famous case of a Virgin Mary apparition in Fatima, where I think there was like a lot of people, thousands and thousands, if not like I think 50,000 or something like that. A lot of people gathered to see what's now called the miracle of Fatima, which was the spinning of the sun. Well, a lot of people saw different things, but they all saw some kind of thing. Okay, so they all saw different things, but it was something happened. Okay, so I guess the question is, what are these places where we access what I'd call like non-physical realities?
Mhm.
Okay, where we actually do get information. We get, like, who could say that Jack Parsons didn't get information from doing these rituals and
Yes.
accessing these? We have to say that he actually did, because we see the results, the physical results. The same thing with Tyler, and that's why I put Tyler in this camp with this tradition with Jack Parsons. I say that Tyler is getting these, what he calls downloads, and you can see the results of them physically. He sells them on the NASDAQ. He makes millions of dollars from them. They help people. I've seen people who they've helped. Okay, so
Do you think psychedelics that I just mentioned earlier have a possibility of going to these kind of same kind of places of exploring ideas that are outside of our more commonplace understanding of the world?
yeah, I think so. Absolutely. However, I think we have to be really careful about those, because young people, or people in general, I should say, absolutely can get hurt by them. I mean, but we get hurt by alcohol. We drive our cars and we
Yeah.
kill each other. But psychedelics are really interesting, because I know that within the history of our country, we have used psychedelics in various capacities for our military in order to try to stimulate ideas and access places and information that can't be accessed normally. This is all fact.
Yeah. I talked to Matt for like 4 hours, so we ran out of time being able to talk. But I wanted to talk to him about MK Ultra and Ted Kaczynski. There's so many mysterious things there. There's like layers of what's known and what's not known. It's fascinating. But I think what is interesting is psychedelics were used, or were attempted to be used, as tools of different kinds. That's the point. So like, we think of technology as tools to enable us to do things. In that same way that psychedelics, like many drugs, could be used as tools, some more effective than others.
Absolutely.
I don't think I'm not sure what you can do effectively with alcohol. Although I think somebody commented somewhere on social media that I don't know why everyone is so negative about alcohol, because I think the person said that it's given me some of the most incredible, it enabled me to let go and have some of the most incredible experiences with friends in my life. And it's true. We kind of sometimes say alcohol is dangerous, it can make you do horrible, but the reality is it's also a fascinating tool for letting go of trying to be somebody maybe that you're not, and allowing you to be yourself fully in whatever crazy form that is, and allow you to have really deep and interesting experiences with those you love. So yeah, even alcohol can be used as an effective tool for exploring experiences and becoming expanding your mind and becoming a better person. So what the hell was I talking about? So psychedelics and MK Ultra. Is there something interesting to say in our historical use of psychedelics?
I mean, think about it. When did we start doing that? When did we start using those?
That's true. It's quite a long time ago, right?
But true. But when did our government start experimenting with them with us? Okay.
Our government is the United States government.
Yeah. Okay. So that happened in around the 1950s. Okay. After, quote unquote, the 1940s, where we have 47 and we have, this Roswell type stuff going on. Okay.
Yes.
Like crash sites and things like that. So I think that, I think there might be a correlation there. I don't know what it is. Okay. But I do
That's
think
fascinating, actually. Yeah. There's a lot of interesting things started
around that
Around that
time
time,
period.
yeah.
And so Aldous Huxley would say we opened the doors of perception. Okay, and what flew in?
Oh man, that was beautifully put. It'd be interesting to get your opinions on certain more concrete sightings that are sort of monumental sightings with alien intelligences in the recent history that at least I'm aware of. I'm not very much aware of this history, but the most recent one, I've spoken with David Fravor on this podcast. I really like him as a person. He's a fun guy, but also he's gotten a chance to. He's described his account of having experience with what he and others now term the Tic Tac UFO. What do you think of that particular sighting, which has captivated the imagination of many, in particular because there's been videos released of it?
Yes.
Of these UFOs, but I find the videos to be way too blurry and grainy to be of interest to me. Personally, to me, the most fascinating thing is the first person account from David and others about that experience. But what are your thoughts?
Those videos have been out for a while, actually, I think in the mid 2000s they were out. But what you have is kind of like this corroboration from a group and also the New York Times involvement in 2017. My opinion about the Tic Tacs is that first, I believe the people who have had the experiences. I know some of them, like, some of the radar people and things like that. They saw them and I don't believe they're making it up. Okay. I do think that this is being used as a spin. Okay. And I'm just going to say that. And the reason I think that is because at the time it was released, I was still in touch with many people who were among the UFO Fight Club. And so they had intimate knowledge of these things. And the first thing they said was, we have satellites that can read the news on your phone when you're reading it. So we've got better footage than this, and this is not good footage at all. Therefore, they believe that it was authentic footage that had been doctored up. Now, why? I don't know why. So I honestly don't know if it's accurate or not. I mean, I believe the people, absolutely, but was this something out there to fool these people? Perhaps, I don't know. Is it spun? The people who I know who are part of the UFO Fight Club believed it was real, okay, and said, this is badly done, but real. Okay.
I see, but so there's some kind of, when you say spinning, there's some parties involved that
Oh yeah, there's a
are trying
narrative
to
policy.
leverage it
Yeah,
from the
for funds, probably.
for funds or financial interest.
Yeah, I think so.
Nevertheless, it has inspired a conversation and just a lot of people in the world that there's something mysterious out there that we're not fully informed about.
And I was certainly grateful that the New York Times ran the story right before my book came out.
Well, see, but there's the financial interest that, to me, as a person who doesn't give a damn about money, actually, I don't like money, is except for when it's used in the context of a company to build cool things. But like personally, I don't know. I find the financial interest side off-putting, especially when we're talking about the exploration of some of the most, like, money is a silly creation of human beings.
I agree.
And it's used to provide temporary, like, the unfortunate thing with money is that it helps you buy things that too easily allow you to forget the important things in life, and also to forget the difficult aspects of life, to do the difficult intellectual work of being cognizant of your own mortality, of like fully engaging in life, in a life of reason too, of thinking deeply about the world, all those kinds of things. If you get like a nice car or something like that, and just like, I don't know, all the different things you could do with money, it can make you forget that. Anyway, there's a long way to say that yes, it's very nice that it coincided nicely with the book, but also I think it, I mean, like I said, I think it inspired quite a lot of people that, maybe there's a lot of things out there that it reminded a lot of people there's things out there we don't know about.
Lex, I can agree with you on that, but can I push back on two things?
Mhm.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. The first one is that I was happy to receive money from the book because of the New York Times article. That's absolutely false. So I published my book with Oxford, which is an academic press, and you don't get paid with an
Yeah.
academic press. Okay. So money was not it for me. What it was recognition that my research was being validated. So, because then people called me and said, well, maybe it's more than interesting. Okay. And they
Got it.
did. Okay. The other thing about money is just as you say that now I agree with you there. I'm upset about money too. I think there should be universal health care, a universal income. I don't think people should be in poverty, especially because we are so wealthy as a species, frankly. Okay. That said, think about this. If you don't have money, you can't have a life of the mind either. Right?
100%. So I'm not espousing that like money's the devil. I just think that money can be a drug, or I would compare it to like food or something like that, where like you really should have enough to nourish yourself.
Yes.
Right. And
Too much yeah.
too much can be a huge problem. So that's where I come from with money, and I'm just aware I'm fortunate enough to have the skills and the health to be able to earn a living in whatever way like I wish, of having being in the United States, of being able to speak English. So at the very least I could work at McDonald's, and my standards are, I made a mistake. I told Joe Rogan that I've always had FU money, and people are like, oh, Lex was always rich. No. I was always broke. What I mean by I've always had FU money is my standard of what it takes to have FU is always very little. I'm just happy with very little. But yes, it's true that money for many people, and including for myself, it's just a different level for different people,
Mhm.
is freedom.
Yes,
Freedom to
absolutely.
think,
Yeah.
freedom to pursue your passions. It just so happens I am very fortunate that many of my passions often come with a salary if I wished. So
Right.
like, everything, like I love programming. So even just like working as a like basic level software engineer would be a source of a lot of joy for me, and that happens in this modern world to come with a salary.
Yeah.
So yeah, is definitely true. I just mean that it can become a dangerous drug. So I'm glad you are in this pursuit that you are in for the love of knowledge, and but it's true.
Yeah. So
People should definitely buy your book.
I won't be making money off of it.
Oh yeah, this rocks. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe my next book.
Yes, your sense is there's some groups of people that may be trying to leverage this for financial gains.
And probably good financial. I mean,
Nice.
they may have good reasons for this too. Like, okay, let's take the study of UFOs. Okay, maybe many people in government that decide who dole out the money, let's put it that way, they think UFOs aren't real. So they're not going to give these programs money. So how do these programs make money? They're going to have to find a way to do it. So maybe that's how they do it. Okay, so
that's fascinating. This is a way to raise money for
doing the
science,
research.
for
Yeah,
research,
I think so.
So let's take a step back to Roswell. We talked about it a little bit. What's your sense about that whole time of Roswell and just Area 51 and the sightings, and also the follow-on mythology around those sightings
Of course.
that's with us today?
All right. So
where do I get started?
Well, I mean, it is a mythology here, right? The mythology of Roswell. It's very religious, like in the sense that there's a pilgrimage to Roswell people make, and they go to. There's a festival there as well, like a religious festival. You can get little kitschy stuff like you can get at a religious festival there. So it's very much like a place of pilgrimage where a hierophany occurred, and a hierophany is basically contact with non-human intelligence. Okay. So non-human intelligence is thought to have contacted humans or crashed at this place in Roswell, New Mexico. Now, what's fascinating is that I begin my book by going out to a crash site in New Mexico. I have to get blindfolded with to tell you the truth, the story is that I'm with Tyler, who's an invisible, and he wants to show me a place in New Mexico where a crash happened. And he says that he thinks that I need to see physical evidence because I don't believe. And so I said, I'll go, but I'm going to bring a friend of mine. And he said, no, you have to go alone. He goes, it's a place that is on government owned property and it's a no-fly zone. And when you go, you'll be blindfolded. And I said, I definitely need to bring a friend. So he said, well, who do you want to bring? I just had met this university scientist who's very well known, and I call him James in my book. And I had a feeling James would definitely want to do this. And I asked James, and he said, I'll go tomorrow. Okay. So I suggested this to Tyler, and Tyler said, absolutely not, And I thought, I know he's going to look up James and he's going to say yes. Because if anybody can figure out what this material is that you're going to go look for, it's going to be James. He has the instruments. And so Tyler did, in fact, look him up and finally said, okay, you can go. So we both head out there and we get blindfolded, and Tyler takes us out there. It takes about 40 minutes outside of a certain place in New Mexico. So in terms of Roswell, this is what I can say, is that according to Tyler, there were about 7 crashes out in the 1940s in New Mexico in various places. We went to one of them, according to Tyler. At the time, I was completely an atheist with regard to anything that had to do with UFOs. So we were out there. We had specially configured metal detectors for these metals, and we did find these. Okay, and they've since been studied by various scientists, material scientists, so forth. And I believe Jacques talked about not those particular ones, but others on the Joe Rogan show.
Mhm.
There are anomalies. So there are scientists. I'm not a scientist, so I can't weigh in on whether I just believe these people I believe because they're well-known scientists.
What do you mean they're not anomalies? So
No, they are anomalous.
Oh, anomalous in terms of the materials that are naturally occurring on Earth.
Yes.
Okay, so there's some kind of inklings of evidence that that something happened in Roswell in terms of crashes of alien technology. Now, what else is there to the mythology? So there's some
Okay,
crashes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of epic.
It's
Whatever.
pretty epic. Yeah.
And what else? Like what are we supposed to take away from this? I mean,
Right. Yeah. So it's weird. Okay. So there's this. Okay. So in religious studies, like I said, we call it a hierophany, which is the meeting of a non-human intelligent thing, whatever it is, an angel, a god, whatever, a goddess, or an alien with humans. And that's the place. Okay. So the place is New Mexico.
Mhm.
So New Mexico becomes folded into the mythology of this new religion, is what I call a new type of religion, of the UFO. And it becomes ground zero for this new mythology. Just like Mecca is the place where Muslims go. They have to go, right? At least once in their lives. It's a pilgrimage place now. So in my book, that's how I tell it. Now, what about Roswell in the public imagination? Obviously, according to Annie Jacobson, who's good, she's a great author, investigative journalist. She's written about Roswell too. I don't agree with all of what she comes up with, but part of it is that there's a lot of military stuff going on there that is classified, and there's a reason why you can't get in, and nor would you want to, right? So, so there's a lot of experimentation going on there. I don't believe that has to do with ETs, frankly, but in the imaginations of Americans, Roswell is that place. But I went to a different place, and apparently there are several places in New Mexico. Now, strangely enough, I traveled back to New Mexico at the very end chapter of my book, but I don't go there physically. I go there through the story of a Catholic nun who actually believes that she bilocated to New Mexico
Hmm.
in the 1600s. So it was very strange. And I was at the Vatican at the Space Observatory, when I made that connection that she probably went to the very, well, she believed she went to this very place that I had gone.
Can you elaborate on a little bit? Like, what does it mean to go to that place? So
For her?
yeah, for her. I mean, so we're kind of breaking down the barrier between what it means to be in a place and time. Right.
Right. I agree with you. This is the field of religious studies. So, and again, I don't say it's true in my book. I just say it's a very strange coincidence that I'm at the Vatican Observatory. In fact, I'd finished my book, but while I was at the Vatican Observatory, I was there with Tyler, and we were looking at the records. They're called the trial records, but they're the canonization records of these two saints. Each was said to have done amazing things. One was Joseph of Cupertino, who levitated. Okay. Or is said to have levitated. The other was Maria of Agreda from Spain. They're contemporaries in the 1600s, who was said to have been able to bilocate, which is to be in two places at once. Okay. So this is a belief in Catholicism that certain very holy people can do these kinds of things like levitate, which, by the way, is also associated with UFO abductions. People get levitated out of their beds and things like that. So we were sent there by a billionaire who was interested in levitation and bilocation. And since I could get into the Vatican and I knew the director of the Vatican Observatory, both Tyler and I were able to go to the secret archives and look at the canonization records, and then go to Castle Gandolfo, which is about an hour from the Vatican, where the first observatory, the space observatory of the Vatican is. The second one is in Arizona, and it has a much larger telescope. So we went, and Brother Guy gave me the keys to the archive. I said, look at anything you want. And I got to see a lot of stuff by Carl Sagan, by the way. I know you talked about, it was awesome. So they have a whole section on the search for extraterrestrial life. And they don't, by the way.
How awesome is that?
It was awesome. Yeah. So we got to stay there. They have a scholars quarters.
Yeah.
And so they had two. And so Tyler stayed in one and I stayed in the other. And Brother Guy probably shouldn't have been so nice to me and given me the keys, because I when I got home, we were there for 2 weeks. When I got home, I got this frantic phone call from him, and he basically said, Diana, he goes, do you remember where you put the original Kepler? And so I had this Kepler, right?
Yeah.
And so I misplaced it. Luckily, I remembered where it went. I was like, oh gosh, thank goodness I found it. But he'll probably change the rules of the Vatican Observatory after my visit. So Maria is, she's actually in the history of our country, in that she first wrote a cosmography of what she said was the spinning Earth. And this was in the 1600s. And that's her first book. And she wrote that. And then she said that she was transported on the wings of angels to the New World. And she said that she met a culture of people, and she basically told them about the faith of Catholicism. Okay. And then what happened was that the people and she described the fauna, she described the people and everything like that. And so there were actually missionaries there. Mm-hmm. And when they went to try to convert some of the people who already lived there, apparently they already knew a bunch of stuff. And they said, how did you know all this stuff? And they said, this lady in blue came and told us. And they said, did it look like this? And they showed them, they obviously didn't have a photograph, but they had a picture of a sister, a nun. And they said, yeah, she wore similar clothes, but she was much younger, right? And these guys were, thought that was weird. But when they went back to Spain, they found that this woman had been doing that in her mind, had been traveling.
I mean, I don't know what to make of it. There's so many things that are sort of forcing you to kind of go outside of, I'm of many minds. I have most of my days spent with very rigorous scientific kind of things, and even engineering kind of things. And then I'm also open-minded, and just the entirety of the idea of extraterrestrial life forces you to think outside of conventional boundaries of thought, current scientific thought. Let's put it that way. And your story right now is certainly an example
It's
of that.
freaking you out.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's a nice way to put it. What do you, just another person that seems to be a key figure in this, in the mythology of this, is Bob Lazar. It'd be interesting. Maybe there's others you can tell me about, but Bob, who's also been on Joe Rogan, but his story has been told quite a bit. That he's got, I think he said that he witnessed some of the work being done on the spacecraft that was captured and so on, in order to try to reverse engineer some of the technology in terms of the propulsion and so on. What are your thoughts about his story, how it fits into the mythology of this whole thing and the broader ufologist community?
Okay, so regarding Bob Lazar, with respect to his claims, again, I have no way to adjudicate whether or not he actually, encountered this. I do have friends who are. And the people that I know who know his story, some know him, believe him. And they have said to me that the most important thing that they think he has said, in fact, one of them, I think, made made a meme out of it or something like that, was basically, he said, maybe the public, I regret making it public. Maybe the public isn't ready for this kind of information. And basically they emphasized that to me, and they emphasized it so much that they wanted me to know. Right. So that is somewhat creepy to me. So I think, okay, this poor guy, Bob Lazar, so many people, this is what happens to people who have experiences like this. They're questioned, their reputations are put on the line. In some instances, their reputations are manipulated on purpose to make them look uncredible.
To me, as a scientist, it's just inspiring that it kind of gives this kind of, I'm not even thinking of it, is there an actual spacecraft being hidden somewhere and studied and so on? I'm thinking of it like, I don't know, it's a thing that gives you a spark of a dream, as a reminder that we don't understand most of how this world works. And then we can build technologies that aren't here today that will allow us to understand much more. And that it's kind of like almost like a feeling that it provides, and that it inspires and makes you dream. That's the way I see the Bob Lazar story. I don't necessarily, people ask me, because I'm at MIT, people ask me like, did Bob Lazar actually go to MIT and so on? I don't know, and I personally don't care. Like, it's that's not what's interesting to me about that story. To me, the myth is more interesting. Not interesting actually, but inspiring.
Yes, because inspiring, you're suggesting that the myth inspires you to create reality.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's true.
So even if it's like not real,
It doesn't matter, does it?
it doesn't. I mean, in some sense, just like you said, it does. In some sense, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people know how much I love 2001: Space Odyssey. So I got all of these emails asking like, "Hey, bro, do you know what's up with the monoliths in like the middle of the desert or whatever it was?" I haven't been actually paying attention. I apologize. But you kind of mentioned offline that this was kind of cool and interesting. What do you make of these monoliths? And in general, are you a fan of 2001: Space Odyssey, where monoliths showed up? Do you have any thoughts about either the science fiction, the mythology of it, or the reality of it?
Yes. Okay.
No, okay. And please say more.
Right. So, first of all, Kubrick's films are not ever easy for me because they're so weird, right? And I don't actually enjoy watching them. But that
Work.
doesn't it doesn't take away from their incredible brilliance though, and their visionary merit. So, a 2001: Space Odyssey is incredibly visionary, and of course, all those things that people say. I don't have to restate them. in terms of what it's a subtext to my book, by the way. I didn't mean it to be, but it's almost a character in my book, 2001: A Space Odyssey. And when the monoliths started to appear again, everything went crazy with my everything, internet, social media, phone. What's up? What's going on? Right? Is this disclosure? And I thought, well, I'll tell you one thing. Let's look at the timing of it. It's a cool, if it's an art, and then copy art and things like that. It's actually happening at a really interesting time when all of us are forced to go online. When all of us are
Yeah.
forced because of COVID,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
We're completely now invaded by the screen, or we're invading the screen. Like our infrastructure now is completely changed. So the monolith, basically, if art is supposed to like show us life, it certainly has. If that's an art project, somebody did an awesome job with it. But apparently that monolith was there for a long time, right? I mean, that's the thing. It's been there for a couple of years. So they said, okay, all right. That said, if your audience is interested, I think the best theory about the meaning of the monolith is Robert Ager or Robert Ayer. I think it's Robert Ager. He's got a website where he does analyses of films, and it's called collative learning. And he does the meaning of the monolith. Everyone should go look at that because I fully agree with him. When I studied different meanings of the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey, I was fascinated. Okay, so what is this about? I accepted as soon as I listened to it, and watched it. So basically, he says that the monolith is okay. Can you pick up your phone here? What does that look like?
It looks awfully a lot like a monolith.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, that's what he was saying, was that Kubrick was basically, the monolith was technology, or the screen in particular. And he basically was saying that the cinema screen, we were being, completely. And if you think about it, look at all this. We live in a screen culture. We have computer screens, iPhone screens, or, phone screens. We have TV screens. Everything is something, and now that COVID has come, we're forced to go into these screens, and we're forced to live a different material existence than we have lived before. So in my sense, I think that if it's an art project, it's a really good one for that.
So it's I like that that meaning of it. It's a screen, and the screen could take all kinds of forms. I mean, our perception system, in a sense, is a screen between reality and our mind. The screen of the computer is a screen. The virtual reality worlds that we might be one day living in, there will be an interface. I mean, ultimately, it's about the interface. That's interesting. It's an interface to another world of ideas.
It's also material change. It's a change in our material. I mean, when people talk about augmented reality, I say we already live in augmented reality.
Yeah.
Don't we? Because this isn't our grandparents' existence.
Yeah, like I sometimes, you have to pause and remind yourself how weirdly different this reality is than just even 30 years ago. The internet changed so much, and social media has changed so much about actually just the space of our thinking. Wikipedia changed so much
Yes,
about the offloading
everything.
of our knowledge, the way we
Mhm.
interact with knowledge. I mean, it offloaded our long-term memory about facts onto a digital format. So in the sense, it expanded our mind. It's kind of interesting. I'd be curious to see if he has just one interpretation. I wonder if
I've
there's
corresponded
others.
with him, yes. So over the years, he and I have corresponded. And I told him, I said, look, I'm going to be using this in my book, so I think you should read what I say. And he of course wanted to see it. So
What do you think about your book? Did you get a chance to read it?
yeah, oh yeah. So he is a non-believer in alien intelligence and UFOs, but and that's fine, but I still agree with him that the meaning of the monolith was the screen, but that doesn't mean the screen isn't like what David Bowie said, right? So it's not exclusive. So I could still use his theory, but differ from the conclusions.
In terms of non-believer and believer, there's when you say believer, you also are kind of implying this the idea that aliens have visited or had made direct contact with humans in some form. There's also the exploration and the idea of just alien intelligences out there in the universe.
Yeah.
The Drake equation estimating how many intelligent civilizations may be out there, how many have ever existed, how many are able to communicate with us. I mean, when you just zoom out from our own little selfish perspective of Earth and look at the entirety, let's say the Milky Way galaxy, but maybe even the universe, does the idea that there are intelligent civilizations out there something that you're excited about or something that you're terrified about?
That's a good question. So basically, I would say I'm not so keen on it. I think that our relationship with technology, as it is and as I hope it will help us survive. Okay, I don't think we're equipped to do it as we stand now, but I think that if we can up our game, or let's just put it this way, if technology is an extension of ourselves, which it actually is, it will help us because it'll probably be smarter than us. Okay. It'll help us survive in the ways in which it determines best. Okay.
Yeah.
That said, if there are non-human intelligences out there and they have more advanced, obviously technologies than us, and they actually come, the history of human engagement with, other cultures has not gone well for cultures that are less aggressive. So you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it's not a good idea.
Well, I wonder where we stand on where humans stand the full spectrum of aggression.
Well, heck, where are we now, Lex? I mean, we're not too great here. We're still aggressing against each other.
No, I know, but that will give us a benefit, right? Like, oh, you're saying, I thought, okay, I see. I just have a sense that there may be a lot of intelligences out there that are less aggressive because they've evolved past it.
We can't assume that.
No, I know we can't assume that, but like,
I mean, if we can't assume it, then I'm going to assume the worst.
well, that's despite the fact that I am Russian and think that life is suffering, I tend to assume not the best, but I tend to assume that there is a best core to creatures, to people and to creatures that ultimately wins out. I think there's an evolutionary advantage to being good to other living creatures. And so ultimately, I think that if there's intelligent civilizations out there that prosper sufficiently to be able to travel across the great spans of space, that they've evolved past silly aggression, that it's more likely in my mind to be deeply cooperative. So like growth over destruction. Like growth does not require destruction, I think. But if you see the universe as ultimately a place where it's highly constrained in resources that are necessary for traveling across space and time, then perhaps aggression is necessary in order to aggress against others that are desiring to get access to those resources. I don't know. I tend to try to be optimistic on that front.
I think I'm emotionally optimistic and intellectually non-optimistic.
Yeah, I guess I'm there with you. I tend to believe that the happiness and deep fulfillment in life is found in that emotional place. The intellectual place is really useful for building cool new technologies and ideas and so on, but happiness is in the emotional place, and there it pays off to be optimistic, I think. You said that technology might be able to save us.
That's also kind of optimistic too. It might kill us.
But there's talking to you offline a little bit, that there was a sense that that we humans are facing existential risks, that it's not obvious that we will survive for long. Do you have is there things that you worry about in terms of ways we may destroy ourselves or deeply damage the fabric of human civilization that technology may allow us to avoid or alleviate?
Yes, I think that you can choose anything actually, and it could destroy us. Okay, so pollution. Here we're in a pandemic. Okay, a meteor. Okay, so we can use technology, the thing is that we say we use technology, but actually that's not a correct way of putting it, in my opinion. Um, so there is a term used by others, coined by somebody I don't know, and I'm sorry to not give credit where credit's due, but it's called technogenesis.
Mhm.
And it's this idea, Heidegger actually had this idea, but he didn't use that term. And it's this idea that we co-evolve with technology, that we don't actually use it. Most people think it's like a tool we use. Okay, let's use technology to do this. Well, actually, when we engage with technology, we actually engage with it, and it engages back with us, and we engage with it. So it's this co-evolution that's happening. And in that sense, I think that as we create more autonomous, intelligent AI, it will help us survive, because it if we co-evolve with it, it will need us as much as we need it, is my opinion. How that happens, or if that bears out to be true, um, we'll see. But I don't think the idea that we use technology is a correct way to put it. I think that
Mm.
technology is something so strange, the way it is today, like digital technology. I'm not talking about hammers or things like that, those kinds of tools. Okay, is technology is so far removed from that, and our environment is so now conditioned by our technology and the infrastructure we live within, the material structure. I think that um, it's not, I don't think it's going to be a Frankenstein. I think it's actually going, like a Mary Shelley type idea of technology. I think it's actually going to be more Promethean, in the sense of, think about it. We create children, and then we get old, and we rely upon our children to help us. Okay. Well, I feel like that about technology. We've created it, right?
Mhm.
And so it's kind of growing up now.
Or maybe it's in its teenage years, and we'll see. What do you think about in terms of this coevolution of the work around brain-computer interfaces and maybe Neuralink and Elon seeing Neuralink in particular as its long-term mission as a symbiosis with artificial intelligence? So, like giving a greater bandwidth channel of communication between technology, AI systems, and the biological neural networks of our human mind. What do you think about this idea of connecting directly to the brain
Right.
in AI systems?
I mean, okay, I've listened to your podcasts with Elon. I've listened to Elon before. He's very intelligent, obviously super smart guy. Um, I think this is already, I mean, not in the specific
Yeah.
ways that he is doing it, but I think we are already doing that. Okay. And I can give you some examples. Um, and there are really trivial examples, but they do make the point. And this is one of them. So before he started this research on UFOs and UAPs and technology, I actually was looking at the effects of technology, and in particular media, on religion. And what I did was, I was lucky to be asked to be a consultant for various movies. And one in particular I learned a lot from, and that was The Conjuring. So I was a history consultant for The Conjuring. It happens to be my field. It's Catholic studies, right? And you've got these people who are real people, and they're, exorcising demons and things like that. Okay, so I thought, wow, this is a great example for me. I didn't do it for the money. It doesn't pay well, but I did it to learn, right?
Yeah.
So I work closely with the screenwriters who I work with now all the time. I work with them all the time now. And what I found was this. I found that as the most interesting part of the creation of this movie was the editing process, because they would use it would go through editing, and they would use test audiences, and a lot of the test audiences would be like, there's like these things where they test their flicker rates and things like that, the eye flicker rates, and so when it goes really intense, they go to UC Irvine and they do this thing called cognitive consumption, which is basically cognitive consumerism, where they basically hook test audiences up to EKGs and they read their brains,
Yeah.
and they figure out which scenes create the most
Arousal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they cut out all the other scenes. Okay. So what we're getting like this drug when we go to the movies, or when we do video games, or when we watch, we're
Yeah.
literally physiologically responding to our technologies. So we're already there. We're already interfacing with them physiologically. So that's my example. Now, the kind of thing that he's doing, Musk is doing with Neuralink, I say go for it. That's awesome. I hope he does it. I'm fascinated. I want it to happen. Why do I want it to happen? Because I think that, well, first, it's inevitable that it's going to happen. I also want to point out that Jacques Vallée was trying to get this done back in the 60s and the 70s. He was writing papers about, in fact, the ARPANET, the proto-internet, was called Augmentation of the Human Intellect. So we've been doing this for a while. Okay. So props to Elon Musk, but we've been thinking about this for a good time. We've even been visioning it. Okay. So there was a really interesting Jesuit priest. He was French, Teilhard de Chardin. I don't know if you know who he is. If not, he's fascinating. He was actually a soldier before he became a priest. And so he also saw what he called a biosphere. Now, this guy is talking in like the early 20th century, like the 1917, 19, that time period. And so basically he said and wrote about this thing called the noosphere. And he basically said there will be a point when we merge with our technology, and it's going to be somewhat like some kind of a biosphere. We have this atmosphere, and then we have the stratosphere, and it's going to be this biosphere, and we're all going to be hooked into it mentally. So we'll be able to communicate in a way in which we don't communicate now. So, that sounds so similar to the singularity.
Mm-hmm.
So after I read him many, many years ago, but when I read the Kurzweil's book about the singularity, to me it read just like religious language. Like it read like, because in fact, it's so much like Revelation to me when I read it that I even assign it to my students in my classes. I'm like, this is it. This is like a really great book of the singularity, the coming singularity, and this religious event, because it seems like it when he writes about it, he says, I felt it before I even understood it.
Kurzweil.
Kurzweil, yeah, Kurzweil.
So what are your feelings about not feelings, thoughts, feelings too about the idea of the singularity? Do you think it's ultimately the thing that echoes throughout the history of ideas? Is this like moment of revelation, like this almost mythological religious moment, or is there something more physical to this idea
like
of
concrete
about the idea of there'll come a point where our technology, there'll be like a phase shift between the basic fabric of like humanity, of how we interact, how evolution brought us to be, these biological interactions, that our technology crosses some kind of line of capability that the world will be more technology than human, to where it'll leave us behind. Sort of.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's going to leave us behind. I think it's going to take us along.
But it will be, I guess the idea of the singularity, first of all, isn't the idea of the singularity is like we can't possibly predict what's on the other side of the singularity. The sense is like this is like the world will be fundamentally transformed.
Yes, so right. And then it was, This was characterized in various movies like Lucy and stuff like that. Lucy being the first human that, right, so kind of replicating, and this is going to be the next iteration of humans is the singularity. I actually don't believe that, frankly. However, and the reason I don't believe it is because we're material beings and technology has to have a host. So we're not going to, become something super abstract. Like it's just impossible to do. There's nothing like that.
Well, people would be listening to this podcast 100 years from now and laughing at it because they'll be all
Yes.
existing in a virtual reality. Will be all information as opposed to material, meaning connected to some kind of concept of physical reality. I don't even know the right words to use here.
No, see, that's because there are none. Because there's no there's no view from nowhere. There's no non-material, like we have thoughts, but they're connected to us, right? They're in our, they're somehow, okay.
As far as you know.
Listen, Platonic forms, I think, is about as close to what we're talking about as possible. Like this place where these things exist, and then there's like a physical instantiation of it.
No, but see, the question is from the perspective of the Platonic form, what does our physical world look like? You know what I'm saying? Like, if say you're a creature existing in a virtual reality, like if you grew up your whole life in a virtual reality game, like what is it? And somebody in that virtual reality world tells you that there actually exists this physical world. And in fact, you think you're in this virtual world, but it's actually you're in a body. And this is just your mind putting yourself, and there's a piece of technology. Like, how will they be able to think of that physical world? Would they sound exactly like you just sounded a minute ago, saying like, well, that's silly. Who cares if there's a physical world? It's the entirety of the perception and my memories and all of that is in this other realm of like information. It's just all just information. Why do I need some kind of weird meat bag to contain?
So there's a great, again, I always return to something for your audience to read, or you. There's a great, very short article online for free by David Chalmers. Do you know him?
Mm-hmm.
He's the philosopher of consciousness.
Yeah, interviewed him on this podcast.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
I was friends with his best friend for a while when I was in grad school.
He probably has some weird friends.
He does. He's a philosopher. Okay. Yeah. So
I like his fashion choice and hairstyle too. I'm going to hang out with him a little bit. He's a great guy.
Okay. So he wrote this article, which I use a lot. I love it because it's accessible to undergraduates, and it's called Matrix as Metaphysics. And basically it's an answer to external world skepticism, which is basically, how do we know there's an external world, right? How do we know that we're not in a matrix right now? Mm-hmm. And so basically he even references, he uses a religious reference even. He says, you could think of the Matrix, the movie, as the new book of Genesis for our new world, right? And I thought, yeah, that's absolutely correct, because we don't know, and we won't know for sure or for certain. Therefore, what we know is what is real to us. And so he goes through these scenarios, and within philosophy it's called, this is different from that, but it's like this brain in a vat, right? If you're a brain in a vat and some not so kind scientist is like recreating this world for you just to see, and you think you're this awesome rock star, right? And you're living this awesome existence, but you're actually just this brain in this vat. Okay. But there's still a brain in a vat. Okay. So his idea in the Matrix as Metaphysics kind of takes out the brain in a vat, like this. I don't know if this is possible. So I've read critiques of this, that, what you're talking about is a non-dualism. Like there's like, or it's not necessarily a non-dualism. I mean, information in and of itself has to have some kind of material component to it.
I mean, it's that when taken outside the realm of human beings, because dualism is kind of talking about humans
Yeah.
in a sense. It's just possible to me that there could be creatures that exist in a very different form, perhaps rely on very different set of materials
Yes.
that may perhaps not even look like materials to us.
Yes, I agree.
Which is why, like, information, it could be even in computers. The information that's traveling inside a computer is connected to actual material movement.
Right.
Right, so like it is ultimately connected to material movement, but it's less and less about the material and more about the information. So I just mean that it's possible that
You think the singularity is basically like sloughing off our material existence?
well, I don't know.
Because I can tell you that this has been the hope of philosophers and theologians forever.
Yeah, well, I think we're living in through a singularity. I don't think. I think this world, just like as you've said already, has been already transformed significantly. It keeps continually being transformed.
Yes.
And we're just riding this
we are.
big, beautiful wave of transformation. And that's why it's both exciting and terrifying from a scientific perspective, that like we're so bad at predicting the future, and the future is always so amazing in terms of the things it has brought us. I mean, I don't know if it's always will be this exciting in terms of the rate of innovation, but it seems to be increasing still, and it's really exciting. It's exciting.
I think so too. Yeah.
It's terrifying because obviously we're building better and better tools for destroying ourselves, but I, on the optimistic side, believe that we're also can build better and better tools to defend against all the ways we can destroy ourselves. And it's kind of this interesting race of innovation.
Yeah.
Books are great. Of course, the greatest book of all time, two of the greatest books of all time are yours. But besides those, what books, technical, fiction, or philosophical, had an impact on your life, or possibly you think others might want to read and get some insights from? And what ideas did you pick up from them?
Great. Okay. I really enjoy Nietzsche. Okay. So anything by Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche, he's a philosopher. I actually hated him when I first read him in my early 20s.
That's like the opposite of most people's experience, right? They usually love them in their 20s, and then they throw them to the curb
later.
Yeah.
I think he's totally misrepresented and misinterpreted.
He grew on you.
Well, it happened in one night. So let me just describe it because it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
It happened on New Year's. So I had friends when I was in my 20s, and they kept telling me, you have to read Nietzsche. You have to read Nietzsche. And I tried. Okay. But again, no, I didn't I was not into how he described the philosophical concepts he was trying to get across. So, but they weren't giving up. I have very persistent friends. So one of them gave me The Gay Science, and I had it on my book stand, and it was New Year's Eve. And I'm actually not a big I'm actually an introvert. I'm a geeky introvert. Okay. So I don't go out and party a lot. It was New Year's Eve. Even that couldn't get me out to go party. So I just wanted to go to bed.
Yeah.
And New Year's Eve hit, and everybody went out, and I was asleep, and they woke me up. And I was like, darn, they woke me up. Might as well read this book by Nietzsche. Okay. So I picked it up, and lo and behold, I turned to a page that was exactly about, it was called Sanctus Januarius, which is basically Saint January. And it was about New Year's Eve. And I thought, whoa, what a weird coincidence. And it was it was also super Catholic. And it was a really beautiful little aphorism. It's actually a book of aphorisms, which are kind of religious, right? And so it's religious. The genre is religious, let's put it that way, but he's not. So basically he says, today is the day when people are supposed to make these resolutions, right? And he says, from here on out, I will never say no. I will only say yes. Okay. I look away. If something's horrible, I'll just look away from it. I won't get angry at it. And then he also says, I will be like Saint January. And Saint January is actually the saint whose blood is in this place in Italy. I think it's in Italy, and every year it turns to blood again. So it's like it's desiccated. It's, so it's this miracle. He says, my blood is now, it flows again. And I was like, wow, that's really beautiful. And I said, and a strange coincidence because it just turned, 12. So it's like New Year's Eve. I pick up the book. I read this aphorism. I said, strange coincidence that. And then I turn the page and the page is about coincidences. And I was like, I shut it. And I thought, this is weird. And I felt like it was alive. I felt like the book was alive and Nietzsche was speaking to me, right?
To you,
I had a experience and engagement with Nietzsche.
Yeah.
And so after that, I couldn't put his stuff down. It was engaging, fascinating, everything. So yeah, so that's one book,
Yeah.
The Gay Science.
What did you pick up from the Gay Science or from Nietzsche in general?
Yeah,
Is there
okay.
some ideas that
Yeah. The idea is basically that truth. He's got awesome one-liners.
Yeah.
So truth is a woman. So okay, what is what does he mean by that? Truth is a woman. Basically, she's gonna lie to you. She looks real attractive, but she's not gonna tell you the truth.
Oh, Nietzsche. Yeah.
So basically, I'm not saying that that's true about women. I'm obviously a woman. So basically what he's saying is that truth is like what I said, Brother Guy said, it's a moving target. Okay. We started this whole conversation with what's real, right? So I should have just gone straight to Nietzsche. Haven't not you heard truth is a woman? Okay. So truth is a woman.
Yeah.
All right. So that, and also, Foucault, this other philosopher, French philosopher, actually takes up this idea and creates his own framework called genealogy from it. So the genealogy of morals, so that we only believe certain things and we sediment them into truth. So we say, a truth told, who said that? Was it Lenin or Stalin? A truth told enough times. I mean, a lie told enough times becomes the truth.
Yeah.
So that's basically Nietzschean right there. Okay. So that's Nietzsche. So Nietzsche also is a huge critic of Christianity, which I'm actually Catholic. I'm a practicing Catholic. So I appreciated his critique. I thought it was actually quite accurate. He's a critique of religion in general, and he's fascinating. And also, I find that he talks about altered states of consciousness, and he calls them elevated states. And I think through his book, you can actually experience elevated states. So, Nietzsche. Thumbs up.
So what other book?
Yeah. Okay. So Hannah Arendt. She is a philosopher that not a lot of people know about, but she was a Jewish woman during the Holocaust, and she was interred at Bergen-Belsen, which was basically Auschwitz for women, and she escaped. She came to the United States, and she had worked with Heidegger, even though he's supposed to be anti-Semitic and a Nazi and everything, but they were lovers. Okay. So she comes out, and she's at Columbia University, and she teaches philosophy there. And she writes two books, which I'll recommend. One is called Eichmann in Jerusalem, where she attends the Nuremberg trials. And she basically makes this really astute observation about evil. And she says, Eichmann is one of the people who sent the Jews to the concentration camps, who ran the trains. Okay. And she said, the thing about Eichmann was that he didn't seem particularly evil. Actually, he seemed to be quite a nice guy. She said what was interesting about him was he seemed incredibly thoughtless and stupid. And she said, and he used a lot of stereotypes like memes. So she actually wrote about memes before we had them. And now people just use memes, and they're actually used against us even. There's even segments of warfare called mimetic warfare. All right. So memes are something that can sway a whole population of people. So she wrote about memes before they were even in existence. And that's Eichmann in Jerusalem. And I think she also has some really amazing things to say about evil, is that when people remain thoughtless, she has another book called The Life of the Mind, which is gigantic. And I don't think anybody will read it. But frankly, it's one of the best books I've ever read. And I've read it many times. And basically, in The Life of the Mind, she asks a very simple question. She says, Why do people do bad things? Why are they evil? And what she says is she wonders if she says that bad people sleep well at night, contrary to, you know how the saying, how do you sleep at night? Well, that's only because you're a good person that you're asking that question, because you actually have a conscience. And a conscience is this dual kind of, you fight with yourself about the consequences of your actions. And she says, bad people don't seem to have a conscience. So they actually sleep well at night. And so she goes through a whole history of philosophy about evil, and that's really a good one too. But I also have to recommend this one too. There's one more. So I know I recommended two, but just from the same philosopher. My friend Jeffrey Kripal, he's at Rice University, and he's in my field, right? Religious studies. He's written several books. I mean, he's written a heck of a lot of books. Let's put it that way. But I think his best book, or the one that impacted me the most, is called Authors of the Impossible. And his his writing is very much like Nietzsche's writing, in the sense that it's almost as if he reaches out of the pages and he grabs you and he kind of slaps you around and says, think about this, and you can't help but be changed after you've read it. And he's got a great chapter in there about Jacques Vallée.
Oh, so he covers a bunch of different thinkers and authors that are out, that somehow are, what is it, renegade in some aspect or revolutionary in some aspect.
Yeah, they're thinking the impossible. There's a great one he's written called Mutants and Mystics, where he talks about the comic strips. Why can't I remember the name of the person? He just died, Stan Lee. He talks about the history of the comics by Stan Lee, and they're all paranormal. They all start off super paranormal, and it's fascinating.
On the topic of Hannah Arendt.
Hannah Arendt.
Hannah Arendt. So I haven't read her work, but I've vaguely touched upon sort of like commentary of her work, and it seems like some people think her work is dangerous in some aspect. I don't know if you can comment on why that is. It feels like similar with Ayn Rand or something like that.
Yeah.
Where like this is, I should say not dangerous, but controversial.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they think it's controversial. This is the reason I believe. I've heard of the controversy. The controversy is that first of all, she is Jewish, and she did escape a concentration camp, and yet she's been called anti-Jewish. And I think part of that was that she basically was saying something that I believe, that a lot of normal people are like Eichmann, and evil things are done by people who just follow the rules and they don't think about what they're doing. And that's one of the most pernicious forms of evil of our time.
So we talk quite a bit about the definitions of religion and what are the different building blocks of religion. So one of the, I don't think we touched on, we did a little bit with the afterlife, but in the sense, I don't know if you're familiar with the Ernest Becker work and all the philosophies around there about the fear of death and how a fear of our own mortality, or awareness of our own mortality and its fear is, in case of Ernest Becker, is a significant component in the psychology, in the way we humans develop our understanding of the world. So what are your thoughts in the context of religion, or maybe in the context of your own mind, about the role of death in life, or fear of death in life? And are you afraid of death? Diana,
we cover everything in this podcast.
Every single topic is covered.
Wow. Okay. I so happen to have benefited perhaps from living with an older brother who seemingly had no fear of death while growing up. And he did everything. Okay. So he climbed mountains. He was a rock climber. He jumped out of airplanes. Of course, he had to be a Green Beret and go into the special forces, where that type of thing is a requirement, right? And so because of that, I did a lot of things outside of my comfort zone, and which probably I shouldn't have done. And hope to goodness my kids don't do them.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So do I fear death? I think about death a lot, actually. You may not know this about me, but in my field, I was the co-chair of the death panel.
So-
It's called the death panel. No, it's the panel to think about death in religious studies. And I was that for many years.
So you've thought about it a bit.
A bit. Let's see. I think that people are a little too confident, I think, about life in general, that they're going to kind of live all the time
Mhm.
and not die. I hate to say it, I'm super positive, and most people would consider me to be too happy almost, right? And so it's odd then that I spend a lot of time thinking about death, but I wonder if there's a connection there.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be alive, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what the thinking about death does, is it makes you appreciate the days that you do have.
Yeah.
It's a weird controversy. I tend to believe that the fact that this life ends gives each day a significant amount of meaning. So I don't know. It seems like an important feature of life. It's not like a bug. It seems like a feature that it ends. But it's a strange feature, because I wish it, like all the good stuff, you wish it wouldn't end.
Well, you know what's interesting, Lex, and I do point this out to my students, because we cover in a lot of the basic studies courses I teach, we cover all religions, or as many as we can, like the major religions. And so take Hinduism, for example. Now, this is an ancient religion, okay? So you and I are here talking about how we enjoy living and life and things like that. Well, the goal of Hinduism is basically never to get reincarnated again. It's basically to not live,
Yeah.
okay? And to get off samsara, which is the wheel of life and death.
Yeah.
So
Escape the whole
yeah, exactly.
thing.
Can think of that. Conditions are so different that you and I and my students are happy to be alive. But they're back in the day, thousands of years ago, when they actually didn't write it, they spoke the Vedas, which were the sacred traditions of India. They wanted off. They didn't want to come back. Life was terrible. That's what people don't have the adequate understanding of history, that for the majority of people, life is really hard, right? And you and I and your audience, among the lucky,
Yeah.
that we actually like life. We want to live.
Most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time.
What do you think the biggest, since we're covering every single possible topic, let me ask the biggest one, the unanswerable one, from the perspective of alien intelligence, or from the perspective of religious studies, or from the perspective of just Diana, what do you think is the meaning of this existence, of this life of ours?
Yes. Okay. So, all right. So, well, of course, I have to. My philosophical training as undergrad always makes me think about, like, what's the assumption in your question? There's an assumption there. It's like there is a meaning. Okay, that's the
What do you mean
assumption.
by meaning? What do you mean by life?
Yeah.
Can you define the terms?
No, but listen. Okay, I'll answer your question. I'm just going to say that there's this assumption that we should have meaning to life. Okay.
Right.
Well, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe it's just all random. Okay. However, I believe that it's not. And in my opinion, the meaning of life, in my opinion, is intrinsic. I enjoy living. I want to live. Sometimes I don't enjoy living. And when I don't enjoy living, I change my circumstances. So it's intrinsic. And I think that certain things are intrinsic, and like love of your children is kind of, well, it's actually physiological, but it's also intrinsic. It's beautiful. There's something about it that is intrinsically desirable. So I think the meaning of life is like that, intrinsically desirable.
So it's something that just is born inside you, based on what makes you feel good.
No, that's hedonism. That's
So, but where do you place love of your children?
yeah. So basically, love of your children, by the way, is not always easy, because they do things that they shouldn't do. You have to discipline them. That's one of the worst things about parenthood to me, is disciplining my children. I don't like to do that. I love them. So a lot of things that I do that I feel are good are not easy. So there's an intrinsic sense that, like, okay, let's take animals. Okay, so we have dogs and cats. Okay, so you might not, but I do. I told you about them.
Can you share their names?
If I share their names, I will share their names. Okay. So we have a cat and it has red fluffy hair. And so we called it Trump. Well, when we got our dog, we figured that it needed a companion. So we called it Putin. So we have Trump and Putin.
This is the greatest pet names of all time. I'm sorry. And or maybe we'll be able to share a picture of your cat because this is awesome.
It is really cute. Yeah.
Very photogenic. I mean, is this something that's whether we're talking about love or the intrinsic meaning? Do you think that's something that's really special to humans, or if there is intelligent alien civilizations out there, do you think that's something that they possess as well? Maybe in different forms, like whatever this thing that meaning is, this intrinsic drive that we have. Do you think that's just a property of life of some level of complexity? That we will see that everywhere in this universe?
In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I do think that it is, but I also think that it can take different forms. So if there is like, think of gravity, right? Gravity kind of like makes stuff stick to it, right? It like attracts stuff. Well, what does love do? That does that too, right? So people who are, we call them charismatic. Charism, it means love. Charism means light and love. So a charismatic person is a person who attracts people to them like the sun does, right? Like, so, so I think that whatever this property is that's intrinsic is like gravity, and most likely takes different forms in different types of life forms.
Yeah, I can't wait until like Albert Einstein type of figure in the future will discover that love is in fact one of the fundamental forces of physics.
That would be cool.
Diana, this is one of the favorite conversations I've ever had. It's truly an honor to talk to you. And thank you so much for spending all this time with me.
Absolutely. It's been fun. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Diana Walsh-Pasulka. And thank you to our sponsors, Element Electrolyte Drink, Grammarly Writing Plugin, Business Wars Podcast, and Cash App. So the choice is health, grammar, knowledge, or money. Choose wisely, my friends. And if you wish, click the sponsor links below to get a discount and to support this podcast. And now let me leave you with some words from Carl Sagan. Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time.